Let's get peppy. Welcome to PEP 189. That's Pep or Planet Extra Podcast. It's an offshoot of Planet America on ABC Australia, which you can see on Wednesdays at 9:30 p.m. on ABC TV and 8 p.m. on Fridays on ABC News, or anytime you like on iView or Facebook at ABC Planet America, or on YouTube on the ABC News In-Depth channel. On PEP, we cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. Out of breath. If you're listening to us, you can also find PEP on YouTube and Facebook, where you'll also find timestamps and show notes in the blurb. And if you leave a comment under those videos, we are likely to see it. And now we are likely to do correspondence on them again. Correspondence comes back today. You can also tweet us at PEPCHASDRDAVE. That's at PepChaz Dr. Dave. If you want to chat to some fellow Peppers, you can join our Discord server. It's on the screen right now or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lucky privately, why not email us? The address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. The address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. And if you want to buy merch, the address is pepchazdaveshop.com. That's www.pepchazdaveshop.com. Perfect for Christmas. But for now, I have the pleasure of introducing the man who never raises the stakes on inconsequential views. It's Dr. Pepper himself, Dr. Dave Smith. Hey, Dave.
Hi, everyone. Now, I imagine we're going to be talking a lot today about what's changed and what hasn't. But let me tell you something that definitely hasn't changed. I may work for the United States Studies Centre at the University of Sydney, but I do not speak for either of those institutions. I didn't speak for them before the election, and I don't speak for them after the election. When you're listening to me on PEP, you are only listening to me. You are not listening to the voice of any institution.
That is well done, Dave.
Yes.
It's well done. I'm putting that disclaimer because I know you're going to have some hot takes today.
Scolding. I'm sitting on some hot takes at the moment, and I can barely stay on my chair. They're so hot.
For your information at home, we are recording this at 3:15 p.m. on Friday, the 15th of November. Also, for your information at home, I am horrendously unprepared. I'm so short. I'm honestly running out of steam. I'm starting to read slowly. The holiday can't come quick enough. I'm falling apart, Dave. Help me. We're going to talk a lot about the election today because obviously we need Dave's take on the election, which we didn't get last week, and I got a bit of extra stuff. One of the things I didn't prepare was my grateful. So, Dave, what are you grateful for?
Look, I'm grateful for all the Peppers that I met in Canberra last week. I met a number of them. It was an absolute pleasure to meet all of them. I learnt from a couple of them that PEP is the perfect length for a drive from Canberra to Sydney.
Yeah, of course it is.
So, which I'd never thought about before, but that is just great. That detail made my day. So all of the Peppers in Canberra who I met in various places, you know who you are. Thank you. You really brightened up my Thursday and Friday. And I'd also just like to apologize for my absence last week. My voice was completely fucked.
Thank you to the Peppers that we met along the way.
Yes.
I'm going to try and improvise my grateful. I actually am grateful for this, but I just didn't have a time to plot this out.
Okay.
Let me ask you, Dave.
Yep.
If you were super rich,
yes,
super, super rich, what's one item that you might spend your money on? Can you think of anything? It doesn't have to be super expensive. It could just be something you wouldn't buy now because you're not super, super rich.
You're going to need to give me time to think.
That's
about
okay.
this.
While you think about that, I'll tell you some of the items which I've thought about in the past and the item I actually did buy when I was, for me, super rich.
Okay.
The one item, if I was like Elon Musk, I would go and buy myself a genetically engineered Mao cat. Because I love Maos. They're my favorite cats.
Okay.
Like the Maos are like the Egyptian cats.
Yes,
they're beautiful. Yep. The original cats, that's why they're called Mao. Anyway, I love Mao.
That's also the Chinese word for cat.
I didn't know that.
It's Mao.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
But they don't have Mao cats in China, do they? They're just...
No, I mean, to the extent that they all originate from that one cat. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I love Mao cats, but my wife is allergic to cats.
Oh, no.
And so I would get a genetically engineered hypoallergenic Mao, and apparently you can get them, but they cost like 40 grand. I can't spend 40 grand on a cat. So So that's what I'd get if I was Elon Musk. Now you might go, that's kind of pathetic for Elon Musk.
No,
money.
that's
all I want.
you've now told me what I would get.
Oh, okay. You get a genetic now?
Actually, the Committee of Existing Cats, I think, would probably veto it.
Mouths are pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would dominate a little bit. Look, but anyway, the reason I tell you that is because I've never had Elon Musk money, but at one point in time, I made 150 grand a year, which is close enough for me.
Yeah.
At the ABC, and that's when I was doing the Chases War and everything, and that for me was high times. And so what I spent that money on right then was I got one of those inverters from America. You know, do you know what an inverter is? It's like a board that you lie on and then you flip it upside down so you're hanging from your ankles. Because I get chronically bad backs, right?
Right.
And I just like to stretch out my back and I just hang there like a bat with no friends, right? For just a good 10 minutes at a time and stretch out my back. And I had to get rid of it in the end because I moved to a tiny place which couldn't have room for an inverter. But that was my ridiculous accessory. The reason I say that, have you thought of what you would get if you were rich yet?
It's this treadmill for a cat.
Yes.
That is about 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a vertical treadmill, like they're climbing a tree.
No.
okay.
It's like a wheel.
Oh, I see. I got
yeah.
you. Okay. Oh,
Yeah. It's like a really big wheel.
like a massive hamster wheel.
Yeah.
Where it's a cat wheel.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's a good example.
Not only is it expensive, it's very hard to find a place to put it.
Of course.
You know.
Yeah, that's part
if we could.
expense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So for your Mao, if you could convince
that's right,
the board of cats, or whatever they're called,
yes, yeah,
accept the Mao, then okay,
Yeah.
that sounds good. The reason I brought this up was because I have just bought something that costs a lot less than an inverter. The inverter, by the way, it was like $600, which was a lot for me.
Yeah.
Right. When I got from America, what I got something that costs like $100 and just does exactly the same job.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful for this. And I recommend to anyone who's got a bad back, this is what I would recommend.
Okay. Yeah.
You just get them from Amazon or whatever, eBay or whatever. They're these little things you stick in your door frame. They're basically pull-up bars.
Yeah.
On your door frame, right? But you don't do pull-ups. What you do is just hang. You just hang for like 40 seconds at a time. And it stretches your back out beautifully.
Okay.
And it helps your posture, it helps your shoulders, it just helps everything. Like it helps your whole back region. And honestly, my back pain has just disappeared, even though I stay up all night reading in front of the computer. Back pain gone. So I reckon if anyone's got back pain, I'm so grateful for my pull-up bar on my door frame. I'm not going to recommend a particular brand. We're not getting paid, but I'm just saying I'm really grateful for my pull-up bar. It's a good one.
There you go.
So there you go. Now, Correspondence, like I said, is coming back today, but since I am, as I said before, dramatically unprepared, of course I haven't gotten to preparing that. Okay. So I'm going to do that in Unleashed after Dave is gone.
Yes.
I'm going to spend 4 hours going through comments and then I'll do an Unleashed with them.
Great.
So hang around for that.
Okay.
But in the meantime, Dave,
yes,
it's your turn to tell us what just happened. Oh, before you do, I should give the numbers.
Okay.
So the last I saw, which was this morning, we got 312 to 226 is the Electoral College split up, which is similar to Biden's 306 Electoral College votes in 2020.
Yep.
The popular vote, 97% counted now. So there's still probably 5 million votes to go, I'd say. 3 million vote gap now it's dropped to 76 million to 73 million, 50.2% to 48.2%. So it's a 2% gap now. It's going to probably drop to 1.5% or close to that, I would suggest, at the end of this. Someone in the correspondence said they were hanging on to some bet over whether the Democrats might get up on the popular vote. You can lose that bet now. They're definitely not going to get up, but it's in terms of the popular vote. But they might get down to about 1.5%. That's already, by the way, a smaller popular vote margin than Hillary Clinton enjoyed in inverted commas in 2016. She had 2.1% popular vote margin. In the Senate, 53 to 47, which is not as good for the Republicans as it could have been. They end up losing 4 out of 5 swing state Senate races, despite Trump winning all 5 of those states, which we might get to a little bit later on as well. The House, last I saw, was 218 to 209. seems to be cruising for about a 222 to 213 kind of result, I'd say, at the end. Although it's going to take a little while to settle with Trump nominations. He's nominating a number of House people, so there'll be by-elections there. Turnout, consistently bad for Democrats. Counties with the biggest Democratic victories in 2020 delivered 1.9 million fewer votes for Harris than they did for Biden. Counties with the biggest Republican victories in 2020 turned out an additional 1.2 million votes for Trump. And as you saw before, the numbers are up to they're about 150 million now. It looks like it's going to end up being about 156 million overall turnout, which is 2 million short of 2020, which was, by the way, massive record turnout.
Yeah.
And so 156 million actually isn't that bad, even though obviously the population has increased. But that's not too bad. That's still pretty good turnout.
It's going to be around 63.2%.
There you go.
Compared to 66%.
Okay, so Dave, what just happened?
Okay, so Trump is going to end up with 2 or 3 million more votes than he got last time around.
Yep.
It's going to be about a 2.5% to 3% increase in his vote.
Yep.
US population increase over the same period is about 3%.
Yep.
So my interpretation of that is Trump basically got what he got last time around. There are some changes which we can talk about, but this is the key thing. Whereas Harris is going to end up with 7 or 8 million votes less than what Biden got last time around.
Or adjusted for population.
Yes.
So.
Well, so what's it going to be?
It's got Harris is currently at 73 million. I think she's going to end up probably 75 million. I'd say.
Okay, so yeah,
and Biden was 81.
Yeah. So 6 million less.
Yeah.
So the story is a collapse in the Democratic.
Yeah.
So the simplest way of interpreting this election is that it was a referendum on the Biden administration that delivered a pretty resounding result.
Yes.
We talked a lot about, had Harris done enough to separate herself from Biden? She couldn't separate herself from Biden. She was Biden's vice president.
Yeah.
She didn't try to separate herself from Biden. I know a lot of people thought she should have tried to.
And you thought it would been foolish to try.
Yes. Yeah. No, I don't see how she could have separated herself from Biden. So the first thing that I want to say about all of this is there's been a lot of discussion about Democrats getting the message wrong. I don't think there's a message they could have got right. Given that result and given what was coming out in the exit polls about the dominance of the economy over everything, over every other issue, we've got 13% of people saying that immigration was the most important issue and 14% of people saying abortion was the most important issue, and basically everybody else saying that the economy was the most important issue.
With the exception of the democracy people. But I continue to think the democracy people are just people, is just other.
Yes.
I don't think, I'm not convinced that there were lots of people who actually their main issue was the state of democracy. I think it was
a lot of them might have been Trump people who thought that the last election was stolen from Trump and who also interpreted this as a fight over democracy.
I think in the people who said democracy was the most important issue, they were overwhelmingly Democratic. I think from memory, from the exit poll.
Okay, I've not seen that.
The people who said that, I'll find the numbers for you. You keep going.
So with the inevitable recriminations that are going to happen within the Democratic Party about who fucked the campaign up, I don't think it's a matter of the campaign being fucked up. I think that they did probably a reasonably good job under pretty difficult circumstances. Just looking at the results and looking at those exit poll results, it is very clear that the economic headwinds were going to do them in.
Just jump in here.
Yep.
The people who said democracy was the most important issue, which was 34% of the exit poll.
Yep.
They supported Harris by 80% to 18%.
Right.
But like I said, just to be clear,
there
were only 5 options in this poll.
Yeah.
There was the economy, immigration.
Yep.
If you're saying either of them, you're a Republican.
Yes.
There's abortion, which obviously will be Democrat. Foreign policy, which no one seemed to think. There's only 4%.
Yep.
So really, if you're not an abortion voter, you're saying democracy because that's your only option.
Right.
So
yes.
I treat it like an other category.
Okay. Yes.
Anyway, I might be wrong on that, but that's just the vibe I get from looking at the other measures in the exit poll.
Yes.
Anyway, go on.
Okay. So going back to what we were talking about a few weeks ago, Adam Tooze's point that the kinds of price shocks that people have experienced are the worst since the 1970s. What we now know as a result of this election is that those price shocks, the cost of living crisis that they induced, especially in the price of accommodation along with food, they outweigh all of the other economic factors. As we have repeatedly stressed on PEP, it's not that people were misperceiving the economy. It's not that people were ignoring good economic news. It's not that people were misled about the state of the economy. This is the way that people were actually experiencing it. Because we haven't seen that since the 70s. We haven't seen an election since the 70s that's revolved around this issue. We now know what happens when an election revolves around this issue. You get smacked hard if you are the incumbent. And given that the basic story is Trump's vote didn't change very much, but Harris lost somewhere between 1 in 9 and 1 in 10 Democrats, that's a pretty straightforward story about what happened. So I think in many ways it's quite a simple story of the election. But there is also a little bit more to it than that. And I am struggling a little bit to reconcile the next thing that I'm going to say with the last thing that I said. And actually, peppers who were present at this event in Canberra that I spoke at on Thursday night will be aware of this internal conflict. So while on the one hand, I think that the election was basically decided by just very material factors, like this is the ultimate, the ultimate economy election in a lot of ways. There's something else going on as well to do with the durability of Trump.
Yeah.
And that, in so many ways, he's got worse since he first ran 8 years ago. The kinds of things that turned people off him 8 years ago, 4 years ago, those just seem to have got worse. But this is his best election. On the other hand, with the Democrats, they were facing a situation of just absolute despair with Joe Biden. They replaced Biden with someone who I have no doubt was a much better candidate, but at the same time just had no way of matching Trump. Even despite the economic headwinds, I think there is something else going on here. And I'm going to go back, all the way back, to the Truman and Eisenhower administrations.
Okay. Yep.
So both Truman and Eisenhower believed that communism was powerful because it was a pseudo-spiritual force.
Okay.
Now, I know where they are coming from with this. Communism created its own kind of spirituality. It created a belief in the need for sacrifice. When I was in China a few months ago, I remember seeing this village choir rehearsing just outside Taiwan, and seeing all of these people in their 60s and 70s, like just clearly having a great time singing all of these nostalgic revolutionary songs and songs from the 50s and movie themes from the 50s, all of which had these very patriotic and communist themes. You got a glimpse of the kinds of feelings that were created by this sort of fusion of communism and nationalism that happened in China and in the Soviet Union as well. Even when people lose belief in the system, the feelings are still there. It's a very strong spiritual power. Anyway, Eisenhower and Truman believed that a belief in capitalism and liberal democracy could not match the spiritual or the pseudo-spiritual dimensions of communism. They believed only actual religion could match that, right? Only real spirituality could match the pseudo-spirituality of communism. And so this is one of the reasons why both of them made attempts to expand the role of religion in public life. So this is when In God We Trust enters into the Pledge of the Allegiance. You've got religious references on money, things like that. Okay, so where am I going with all of this? What I'm saying now is that believers in liberal democracy are basically in the same position that Truman and Eisenhower were in back between 1948 and 1952. And so the belief that wanting to preserve democracy would get Harris across the line, the commitment to liberal values and norms as an understanding of America would get Harris across the line. It just didn't happen. And one of the reasons for that is that as Truman and Eisenhower understood, you can't match real spirituality with something fake.
Yeah.
Which I think is what's going on. There were all kinds of metaphysics tried on by the Harris campaign. There was this, we'll have joy, we'll have optimism, we'll have hope, and finally we need to go back to defending democracy and liberalism. None of it could match the spiritual power that was going on the other side. If you think of all of the great highlights of the Harris campaign, if you think of the kinds of high points of the convention, the debate, the enthusiasm, the energy when she first came in, it was all great. It was all a lot better than what Biden was offering. But could any of it match the image of Trump covered in blood pumping his fist? Like, that was a religious event. That was interpreted by people there as a religious event. It was happily interpreted by Trump as a religious event. He even mentioned that in his victory speech. There is just no matching that spiritual power. And so if we're looking for an explanation of, how could this happen? Why couldn't appeals to democracy, why couldn't appeals to, keeping basic American liberal norms intact, why couldn't this swing the election regardless of the economic circumstances, given how important the American creed supposedly is? Why didn't it work this time? It's because you can't match real spiritual power with pseudo-spiritual power. Now, Democrats, they have real spiritual resources there. You could hear inflections of that in some of the speeches. Part of the power of the civil rights movement was the religious power that came along with it. And I'm not saying that religion is the only source of this kind of power. But currently, Democrats don't have anything to match that very real spirituality on the other side. Flip side of that is once Trump's gone, Republicans might find that a lot harder to recapture. But that's something that we can come back to. We'll have a lot of time over the next 4 years to discuss what's going to happen when Trump's gone.
Yeah. I just got some stats on what you're talking about there, actually, which I think backs up what you're saying. In Arizona, Gahego won nearly 6% more raw votes than Harris won. Kari Lake won almost 10% fewer raw votes than Trump won.
Yes, yeah.
In Nevada, Sam Brown, the Republican, won nearly 10% fewer votes than Trump won.
Yes.
In Michigan, Mike Rogers won 4% fewer raw votes than Trump. Slotkin won about the same as Harris.
Yeah.
In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde won 3% fewer than Trump. Baldwin won about the same as Harris. So in all the swing states, Trump did much better than who was below the ticket.
Total reversal of 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that Trump would have won without the assassination attempt. But if we're looking for why Trump's getting his best results ever, and why he's outperforming Republicans when he was underperforming them last time, there was a seriously, there was an actual religious event that happened in his campaign, which didn't happen last time. The third thing that I want to say is this, and we can talk about this more when we have a look at the cabinet appointments, but looking at the way that this is shaping up, there doesn't seem to be very much that is new about the shape of the political conflict to come, which is essentially American politics is continuing to revolve around the two big 20th century conflicts. The first is the fundamental economic conflict that began in the 1930s. Are you for or against the New Deal? Okay. Are you for or against the government safety net, the welfare state, union power, all of this stuff that came with the regulatory state, the sort of permanent presence of state as customer in the economy in order to stabilize it, all of this stuff. That is still the basic conflict. But this is the terms conservative and liberal as we came to understand them in America came from that conflict over the New Deal. Are you for or against it? If you're for it, you're liberal. You're against it, you're conservative. Prior to that, most Americans referred to themselves as liberals, which meant something closer to conservative.
Who is against the New Deal? But Trump guaranteed he wouldn't cut a dime of Medicare and Social Security.
Trump knows how to make an election promise, Chaz. Let's see how committed he is to that when he doesn't need to get re-elected.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that at least on the surface, everyone's committed to the New Deal.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, we will see how long.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
We're going to see how long that lasts.
Yes.
With Trump saying we can easily cut $2 trillion from the budget.
I will return to that.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing.
Yeah.
The second is it's the boomer conflict. It's the 60s. Are you for or against the 60s? Are you for or against the assertion of minority rights, black rights, gay rights, women's rights? Are you for or against all of that? And the kind of expansion of personal and sexual freedom that came with it. Now, these things, they are a little bit murky, right, for a number of reasons. One of which is, first, as you mentioned, a lot of New Deal elements have become popular even with conservatives. And a lot of them have become to be seen as kind of white entitlements. So like Medicare and Social Security, a lot of those are pretty popular with the Republican base. Second thing is, on the cultural conflict, a huge amount of countercultural paraphernalia has been adopted by the right. Like if you look at a Trump rally, you're basically looking at long beards, you're looking at denim, you're looking at leather, you're looking at American flag T-shirts, you're looking at all of this stuff that would have been associated with the counterculture in the 1960s. And yes, even an American flag clothing used to be seen as sacrilegious. It used to be seen as an abuse of the flag. Because it looked like you mutilated the flag in some way. So even the American flag stuff is countercultural. If you want to know what I mean, look at the movie Easy Rider. Paul Newman's character wears an American flag on his motorcycle jacket the whole time. So a lot of the 60s counterculture has, at least on the surface, actually been adopted by the right. If you look at Duck Dynasty, that's just, sort of 60s counterculture appropriated for the right. So it is a little bit murky, but those are still the two basic poles of conflict. And I don't see anything changing that. In terms of what potentially significant changes happen in the electorate, I don't think there's any major coalition shift going on except for the consolidation of the male Latino vote behind Trump. So this is as far as I'm aware, for the first time at the national level, the male Latino vote has gone majority Republican. However, the overall Latino vote is still a little bit below what it was for George W. Bush.
In the exit polls, it was just above.
Really?
46%. George Bush was 44.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But there and there.
Around the same margin. Anyway, so, it has got to this point before. We should also mention with exit polls, I mean, there are a number of them that have slightly different results. We're going to have to wait for the cooperative election studies validated voter files before we really see what the full story was. Yeah. I don't think that the supposed shift in the black vote reflects really anything more than a collapse in the Democratic black vote. But another place where there was a real shift was the Muslim vote.
Yeah.
Now, this is less than 1% of the electorate.
Yep.
Sure. But there's only one exit poll that actually has enough Muslims in it to really mean anything. That's the Council of American Islamic Relations poll. Now, I don't know how reliable this poll is, but I think even if it's off by a few points, its message is pretty clear.
Vote Jill Stein.
53% of Muslims voted for Jill Stein. How much of the national vote did she get? Like 1%?
If that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what percentage of her vote was actually the Muslim vote. But
it has to be up there.
It was quite a lot. So this exit poll, interestingly, their last pre-election poll found Harris tied with Jill Stein on 45%. But the post-election poll found Trump ahead of Harris, 21% to 20%. Now, a lot of people have asked, like, how on earth could they vote for Trump, given that Trump has said he wants Netanyahu to finish the job, wouldn't let Palestinian refugees into the country. Well, I mean, Muslims are not single-issue voters either, and there are enough very conservative Muslims who are very opposed to abortion and things like that, that, you know, that's logically where their vote would have led them. But yeah, that is a spectacular collapse, given I think Muslims went about 88% for Democrats last time around. In the city of Dearborn, the Democratic vote was literally halved.
Yes.
From about 89% to 45%. So that was a pretty spectacular collapse. According to one of the opinion polls, though, Democrats actually improved with Jewish voters.
Yeah, there was a lot of contradiction in the exit polls.
So there's one that showed Trump getting 30% with Jewish voters, which is what he got last time. There's another that showed him getting 21% with Jewish voters, which is what he got last time.
Yeah, I didn't cite any Jewish exit polls to you guys because there was just too much contradiction as to who knows who's right. I've got a bunch of things here, but before I do, I just want to say one thing which I have nothing to back up on.
Yeah.
But just to what you were saying before about the two polls that this election's around.
Yeah.
As I said, I can't really back this up, but my vibe is that I think another poll that this...
It's P-O-L-E.
Yeah, P-O-L-E.
Not P-O-L-L, which all suck.
Yes.
Uniformly.
One of the things I'm going to talk about is the P-O-L-Ls. But one P-O-L-E,
yes,
which I think this election was more aligned around than previous elections.
Yeah.
Is low trust versus high trust.
Okay, yeah.
Like I think Trump is really bringing out the low trust voters versus the high trust voters.
I agree, but they are not going to be represented in this government. When I'm talking about the polls of political conflict, I'm talking about the actual political fights that are about to happen.
Mr. HHS secretary might beg to differ. RFK Jr. We'll get to that. But now I really have nothing about what I'm about to say. But this is I just want to flag this. This is something I'm going to talk about in the future at some point in time. I'm just slowly increasingly getting the feeling that America is moving towards an increasingly classist society. And I think that every election they get closer and closer to that. Now, in the past, race has gotten in the way of that. Like in that if the Democrats occupied the levels of the upper class and the Republicans occupied the level of the lower class. It's social class I'm talking about, not economic class.
Yeah.
There were plenty of black people who vote Democrat who are under no definition in the upper social class of America. But what we're seeing is gradually the non-white voters are assembling themselves along class lines as well now, where the non-college voting Latinos and some non-college degree black people are voting Republican. And they are starting to assemble in that respect. And I wouldn't be surprised if this continues on, if in maybe 10 years, there's a really, really strong classist line between the Democrats and the Republicans.
You're talking about class purely in terms of college education.
I'm talking, well, not just that. I mean, that is, I think, often an approximation for it, but it's more than that.
I'm going to say it again. I don't think that this election actually indicates a real coalitional shift. I think it indicates a collapse. Most of the movements of groups towards Trump that we saw, that's just a collapse in the Democratic vote. Yeah. That's not actually Trump increasing his standing with those groups. I think that race doesn't get in the way of class. Race basically multiplies its effects, which is, one of the reasons why you still have, what was the number of African Americans who voted Democrat in this election?
African Americans, you say?
Yeah.
It was, I have to look it up.
Like 86%?
It was pretty high.
Yes. Yeah.
It wasn't much different to the one before.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that what was expected to be a big shift of African Americans towards Trump actually didn't.
Oh, it didn't come at all.
Didn't happen in this election.
I don't think that the movements in this election were representative of anything. I agree with you completely. In fact, I'll show you a graph right now. It's a gem of a graph, which is, if you look at Joe Biden's approval rating, 40%.
Yes.
Which it was in June as well.
Yeah.
This graph shows you, if you graph a president's approval rating in June and then you match it to the line and bring it across, you can predict exactly what their two-party preferred rate is. At 40%, he gets 48.5% of the vote.
Yes.
Which is what Kamala Harris just got.
Yes.
Like, that's all you need to explain it.
Yeah.
The approval rating of the president is 40%. There you go. End of story.
Yeah.
It requires nothing else.
Remember, after I came back from the APSA conference, I was telling you about these forecasters who deliberately use as few variables as possible.
Well,
they turned out to have absolutely the most accurate projections. Now,
unlike Lichtman.
Yes. As I was saying at the time, part of the point of doing this, these deliberately austere models, is to try to work out how much things like campaigns, the personalities of candidates, all of that stuff, how much does it actually matter? It's you figure out how much that matters by how much the result deviates from what you can predict by the historical tendency of presidential approval rating and perceptions of the economy to predict things. And it turns out in this campaign, the campaign didn't matter at all. The predictions were absolutely bang on, just from presidential approval ratings and perceptions of the economy. I do want to just nip something in the bud, which I'm already seeing circulating.
Yeah.
Which is the idea that Democrats lost by going woke.
Okay.
There's been quite a bit of this.
Yep, there is.
Joe Scarborough, for example, was complaining a lot about this. This is after Kamala Harris ran a campaign that was so tailored towards Joe Scarborough that I wondered how many votes they thought Joe Scarborough actually had. It
was the most right-wing campaign since Bill Clinton.
Yes. Yeah, it absolutely was.
She boasted about having a gun.
Yes. She boasted about Dick Cheney's endorsement.
Yeah.
Her basic...
She basically never mentioned her race or gender.
Yeah. She did mention that she was a prosecutor a lot.
Oh, a lot. Absolutely. Yeah. She reached out to Mark Cuban. He was her premier spokesperson for the last month. Her appeal to black people was, I'll help you buy crypto.
Yeah.
she couldn't have been more right wing, really.
Yeah. And then
she didn't let a Palestinian speak at the convention. Not even one Palestinian.
Yeah. And then getting the most popular Democrat in America out as her proxy to appeal to black men.
Yeah.
Barack Obama. His appeal was, fuck you.
Yeah, that's true. Her big convention speech.
Yes.
She spent half that convention speech talking about how tough the military was going to be under her.
Now, can we compare this to the last election?
Yes.
Which took place in the midst of Black Lives Matter protests.
Yeah.
Joe Biden wearing a COVID mask, kneeling with his arms outstretched in an embrace of Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
This is, if wokeness is what costs Democrats elections, they would have lost the last one really, really badly and romped it home in this one.
Yeah.
Okay, it is not wokeness that cost them the election. I'm not saying actually even that it's going to the right the cost of the election. As I said, I think that it's pretty clear from this that whatever message they'd come out with, if their message was wear your underpants on your head, they probably would have ended up with exactly the same vote.
While we're doing this, I'll just throw another one in there.
Yep.
The Democrats lost because they didn't hold a primary. That's another one.
No.
That's another one. Total bullshit. Just think about the timing of when this primary would be. This primary would have been held.
Yeah.
Like the debates would have been in the back half of 2023.
Yep.
And don't get me wrong.
Yep.
Biden should have stepped down at the beginning of 2023, like I said he should have. And they should have held a primary, but I'm not saying that would have made them win the election.
No.
Right? Because what would have happened, unfortunately, is they would have had the debates at the end of the 2023. They would have had their primaries at the beginning of 2024. And I'll tell you right now what would have happened. They would have had a civil war over Gaza. That's what would have happened.
Yes.
It would have just because remember the Democrats were absolutely split down the middle on Gaza.
Yeah.
And it's just on whether to be more pro-Israel, more pro-Palestine.
Yes.
And that would have been the biggest issue by a mile. And that would have screwed whoever won.
Yes.
Because they would have lost a lot of support on the other side. There would have been huge divisions exposed.
Yep.
They would have elevated the issue massively. In the end, Gaza was barely an issue in this election.
Except in Michigan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it would have been a massive issue if the entire primary was about that.
Oh, totally, yes.
Yeah, so just that would have been a nightmare for the Democrats.
Yes.
Had they held that primary.
Yes.
So,
No, so Josh Shapiro would not have saved them.
No.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't. He would have had a lot of trouble in the primary.
Yes, yeah.
when Gaza was the main issue.
Yeah. By the way, they wouldn't have won if he was the vice presidential candidate.
No.
Gretchen Whitmer couldn't have won.
No. Okay, I've got a few things to say about this, and then you can jump in with a bit more, okay?
Yep.
Because I just got a lot here.
Okay.
First of all, on your inflation thing, about the problems of inflation, we have said this before, but it's worth repeating.
Yes.
That inflation figures don't tell you anything about credit card debt, which I think is such a massive, massive issue under the surface.
Yep.
Like, I'll show you some graphs. This is the credit card debt at the moment.
Yep.
A massive record. Like and the interest rates are 23%. I mean, that graph there shows up going up to 21% at the end of 2023. It's now 23%. Like that is a huge imposition on your wallet. Like that leaves you with much less money left over to spend on other stuff, which means you feel the prices more.
No inverters for you.
Exactly. So that should absolutely be remembered when people talk about the figures of inflation, etc.
Yep.
Another thing which I'd throw out there is Native Americans. We mentioned them in the last PEP about how in the exit polls, they were the most pro-Republican group. Like race. They're the most pro-Republican race. They had 64% of Native Americans voting for Trump. And we noted at the time that seemed strange. It was strange. They spoke to only 229 Native Americans. I was going to say,
what is the subsample?
Yeah. 229 Native Americans. None of them were on or near tribal land. They're all in cities. 80% of the 229 Native Americans lived in cities, which means nothing. I mean, they're still Native American. I'm not saying they're not Native American. I'm just saying they might not be representative of what most of the Native Americans were thinking if they don't live where most of the Native Americans live.
Yeah.
If you look at the results in counties near tribal lands, they are overwhelmingly Harris voters. Sioux County, obviously the Sioux Indians, 68% Harris, 30% Trump. Menominee Indian Reservation County, 81% Harris, 19% Trump. Oglala Lakota County, 84% Harris, 13% Trump. You get the idea, okay? So the Native American stuff in the exit polls, that's bullshit. Latinos you brought up.
Yes.
I wanted to make the point that when you're looking at the overall Latino numbers, you need to remember the overwhelming swings were registered in Texas and Florida.
Yes.
Which are, number one, very acutely conscious of the border. where illegal immigration is obviously a bigger issue. Number 2, very red states.
Yes.
And whereas if you look at the other Latino numbers outside Florida and Texas, yes, there's a swing everywhere, but a smaller swing outside Florida and Texas. You got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing, obviously we've said this a million times, you can't think of Latinos as one group of people. Not only is that inaccurate, but they themselves don't think of themselves as one group of people. A fair number of them are obviously becoming effectively white over time. They are economically changing fast as well. Different groups of Latinos economically changing very fast. New businesses owned by Latinos accounted for 36% of total new businesses in 2023. I've got a graph there for you on that one. The median Hispanic income has increased as a percentage over time much faster than the median white income. They are catching up with white people in terms of income. So it makes sense that their voting interests and their economic beliefs will also move towards white people over time as their income moves towards white people. It will take them a while to catch up. They're still a fair bit behind. But also, 80% of Latinos are working class. If the Democrats aren't doing well with working class voters, they're not going to do well with Latinos. So there's that as well. On the bright side, I'll say this, of the Latino vote moving towards the Republicans. I mean, it's not going to happen, but a guy can dream. Recall Elon Musk's conspiracy.
Oh, yes.
Remember the idiotic conspiracy? This would be the last election if the Democrats won because they were importing illegal immigrants and moving them to swing states so they could be naturalized and vote. Now, that was idiotic for a number of reasons. Number one, the migrants are coming without an invitation. Thank you very much. No one's asking them to come over. Number two, you can't force an illegal immigrant to live in a certain place. If you move them there, they'll move away.
Yeah.
So you can't put them in a cage. They go where the work is. That's where they go. Number three, there is zero prospect of a lot of illegal immigrants getting citizenship anytime soon while the Republicans exist. And number four, we discovered last week that heavily Latino areas are going more Republican, not less, especially areas near the border, which presumably there's a lot of illegal immigrants. There, of course, was never a reason to assume that they would vote Democratic like Elon Musk did. So hopefully that shuts him up, but it won't. but if it does, that's the right side. I want to say something about gender. I get the feeling it might be mixed up. The gender numbers might be increasingly getting mixed up with college attendance or college graduate numbers. Because if you think about it, like the Democrats have a high favorability amongst women. Many more women are now going to college. Many more. And the Democrats are attracting college graduates, right? Now, until recently, more men were college graduates than women because of the past.
Yes.
Yeah, back in the 60s and 70s, more of them were men. But that has increasingly changed. And I believe in 2014, there was a changeover where since then, there are now more women in total who are graduates. And now the gap between women and men is 3%. There are 3% higher percentage of women that are college graduates than men, which means increasingly over time, an inverted commas gender gap may well just be a college attendance gap.
Could be.
Like it's going to be harder and harder to tell them apart.
Yeah. The gender gap just didn't seem to matter as much.
Not in this election. Not at all.
No. Yeah. This was one of the big things that I missed. I thought that it was going to, in both directions, matter a lot more just because of the flavour of the campaigns that are being waged. But once again, if we just go back and look at the fundamentals and ignore the campaigns, you've basically got the result.
But I also want to, on this note, tip my hat to Kamala Harris's decision to not wrap herself in her gender, because I think in hindsight, she was proved correct, and not just in hindsight. In 2016, Hillary Clinton emphasized her gender a lot more than Harris did. And the result was more men flocked to Trump than women flocked to Hillary. That was the result. In September 2016, researchers found only about a third of women said that their gender was extremely important to their identity, whereas 61% of Black Americans said their race was extremely important to their identity. And if you think about it, it makes sense. It would make sense why Black people would do solidarity, but women would not, because this is their speculation in the study, that the mechanism for this is that race emphasizes separation between white people and black people. It ghettoizes people.
Yes.
And so, of course, if it ghettoizes people, they're going to identify with each other.
Yes.
Whereas what happens with the social organization of gender is that men and women get together. It divides women.
Yes.
It doesn't bring them together. And so it makes sense that they would have less of a sense of solidarity, a social solidarity, than black people would.
Yeah.
And so I actually think that, so I would say the data, and that's undoubtedly why she did it, the data backs up Harris not trying to go all gender solidarity. And I think that was a wise decision. I didn't help her. I mean, maybe it did help her, but she didn't go like it.
Once again, there's nothing she could have done actually would have won the election.
Exactly.
Yes.
Another thing, we talked about how ranked choice voting got pumped last week in the ballot questions, and it did. It got pumped everywhere except for Washington, D.C., which I found very depressing. And that it was extremely frustrating, in particular because Republicans keep acting like ranked choice voting only helps Democrats. When, of course, it helps anyone who cares about, who wants to see third parties develop.
Yes.
That's what ranked choice voting does. It allows third parties to develop without being smashed by the duopoly, because you can vote for the third party and not punish your preferred party from the duopoly.
Yeah.
That's how it works. I told you about 3 weeks ago about a crazy guy in Wisconsin called Thomas Leger. He was part of the America First Party.
Oh, yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And I said how he might be an interesting person to watch. Guess what?
What?
For those who don't remember, he's bankrolled by the Democrats. He's a real America Firster. Like, he's a real hardcore conservative.
Yeah.
And he's a bit of a nut job. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running against the Republicans. But all his funders were Democrats who were just trying to help him along. Eric Hovde. He ended up having a good whinge about third-party candidates. I'm going to play you what he had to say when he was doing his non-concession concession, because everything's so unfair.
We do know is that Democrats organized and funded a phony America First candidate, Thomas Leger, on the ballot to deceive voters, that this candidate was aligned with President Trump in order to siphon votes from me. Because of this deception, Leger received 28,724 votes. Additionally, Democrats propped up the Libertarian candidate, Phil Anderson, who garnered 42,344 votes through mailers and digital media to again draw votes away from me. If either of these candidates had not been in the race, the outcome would be different today.
You know what?
What?
He's right.
He
lost by 27,000 votes. Leger had 28,000 and is America First, so they're all going to the Republicans. And the other guy had 41,000. All right. Guess what? If you have ranked choice voting, this is not a problem,
That's
mate.
right.
So here's a case where Republicans lost because they don't have ranked choice voting. They don't even realize it. It's just so frustrating. They're all obsessed with the Sarah Palin election in 2022 when she lost because of ranked choice voting. Well, she didn't lose because of ranked choice voting. She lost because people didn't fill out their ranked choice voting ballots the way you would expect Republicans to fill them out. That's why she lost. But anyway, so depressing that they actually, in this exact election, a Republican lost solely because they didn't have ranked choice voting, and they still campaigned against it. Another big one I want to talk about is the trans ads. Now, according to data from Ad Impact, Republicans spent in total, in the end, $215 million on those ads, on network TV in total, not including cable or streaming ads.
Yeah.
All right, so they probably spent more. I'm talking about with super PACs and all this kind of stuff, right? Okay. Everyone's acting like they made a huge difference, these ads, right? But did they actually work? I'm looking for data. There was no data in the exit polls that suggested, they didn't ask about them, right? So I've been looking for some hard data for a while. Now, there was one story in the New York Times which suggested that it made a difference. They said, according to Harris's super PAC, they're called Future First, whatever they're called, Future Forward. The Charlemagne ad, which I played last week, that's the one where it was the classic transgender ad, but this time they pilfered Charlemagne's video out of context and used a black voiceover guy. That ad, apparently, according to Harris's super PAC, was the most effective ad of the campaign. Or at least one of them. They said it shifted the race 2.7 percentage points in Trump's favor after viewers watched it. Right? Now that's huge if that's the case.
Yeah.
Especially in the swing states.
Yeah.
That's the election in the swing states.
Yeah.
Now, they said it was effective not only for black and Latino men, but also for suburban women, which, of course, was Harris's key demographic that she spent the whole last 3 weeks trying to reach.
Yes.
If that's the case, that might explain why she didn't make more inroads with women at the end, if that's the case. I'm suspicious of that.
Yeah.
They said that the campaign tried to make ad responses to that ad, but they just didn't poll well. And so they just never ran the ads for that reason. That's what the New York Times article said. I found that interesting. I wasn't 100% convinced. But then we interviewed a pollster on Planet America, like a good pollster, who specializes in the black vote.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, this is a guy to ask about this. And so we asked him, not on air. We sent the questions beforehand. Like, you might think that's horrible and corrupt, but I like people to be ready if I'm asking data-driven questions.
Yes.
Right. So I asked him. I sent that question beforehand and said
that, by the way, is standard practice in the media. If you're talking to an expert, you send them the questions in advance because you want to make sure that you get the most of their expertise out of them.
Exactly.
It's not like talking to politicians all the time.
It's not a gotcha. I just want information.
Yeah. So just to make clear, Chaz is not engaging in massive corruption here.
Not on this occasion.
Yeah.
So I sent him a question asking about did they poll about the transgender issue when those ads were around and what effect it had, particularly on the black vote. And he said they had no data on that. I don't believe him. I don't believe that someone whose job it is to poll specifically about black people in the last 2 weeks of the election, when the main ad being run by the Republicans is got a black voiceover guy and Charlemagne the God, and he's like, I just don't believe they didn't poll that ad. Of course they polled that ad. And the fact that he said they had no data, I took that. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I took that as reading between the lines, him saying the results were so bad, he didn't want to be seen talking about them publicly.
Wow.
That's how I took it. Right? It's and then I got what I'm taking as the confirmation from my old mate Blueprint. Remember Blueprint, that organization that tests lines? After the election, they polled all voters, swing voters, black voters, and Latino voters. And they asked them about reasons they did not, or the reasons to not choose Kamala Harris. I'm going to put it up there so you can have a look, or I'll put the link in the blurb, in the homework. So for those who are listening, you can have a look yourself. Because it's quite interesting how many different lines didn't work. And some of the lines that you would think might have worked weren't successful at all. But there are about 5 or 6 lines that seem to have a lot of success. Okay, so the top reason for all voters was inflation was too high under the Biden-Harris administration. Not a big surprise. That was plus 24, whatever that means, for all voters and all swing voters, and plus 25 for Latino voters. The second result at plus 23 for all voters and for swing voters, and plus 19 for Latino voters was too many immigrants illegally crossed the border under the Biden-Harris administration. Also, not a big surprise. The third result for all voters and the top result for swing voters on plus 25 for swing voters was Kamala Harris has focused more on cultural issues like transgender issues rather than helping the middle class. Interestingly, that didn't work for Latino voters at all. It was on plus 9 for Latino voters. But for swing voters in the swing states, the number one ad or attack line for swing voters was the transgender one. Surprisingly, the fourth top response on plus 13 for all voters, plus 17 for swing voters, and plus 18 for Latinos was the debt rose too much under the Biden-Harris administration, which I found very interesting and surprising. There's a few chazzes there. I really, actually, I mean, I keep on saying this. We'll talk about this another time. I think the debt is going to be a big issue next election. I'm sure you disagree, but when the election is being held, where the term that they are being elected for is going to see the Social Security and Medicare hit the wall, I reckon debt's going to be an issue then. Like when people go, okay, so what are you going to do to stop the automatic 23% cut in Social Security this term? At that point in time, I think debt's going to be a big issue. But we'll see. Do you disagree with me?
Yes, I completely disagree.
I thought you might.
Because we're going to have a Republican president who's going to be running up a lot of debt.
Yep.
And Republicans never think about debt when there's a Republican administration running it up.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't think Democrats are going to be particularly in a mind to complain about it.
We will see. So that was really interesting, that blueprint poll, because it tells us that the transgender ads were indeed massive, but it also shows us that they weren't just about transgender people. If you look at the exact wording of the line, I found it quite interesting. It suggests that those ads were actually, if you think about those ads, they weren't just about, we all hate transgender people. Those ads were actually about the Democratic nominee bowing to pressure from interest groups, spending your tax money on some boutique cause for a criminal or for an illegal immigrant before thinking about you and your interests. That's what those ads were actually about if you break them down. And that's what their attack line was about. Remember, the attack line was that Kamala Harris is focused more on cultural issues like transgender issues rather than helping the middle class. Now, you might think I'm reading too much into some careful wording there. I'll tell you why I'm not. The reason why I'm not overreading that is because this has been done before. This has been done before with Andy Bashir in Kentucky. And they ran some hardcore anti-trans ads against him. Like, for instance, this ad right here.
Andy Bashir's agenda for Kentucky families.
I talked to Martha. She told me about Jerry.
Jerry got a new car.
I can't believe he went electric.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Jerry.
Mom, Dad, I'm transgender.
What?
I think I might be a boy.
Honey, you know we love you no matter what, but you're a girl, so why would you say that?
Whoa. Hold it right there, Mom. You don't get to ask questions. That could hurt your child.
What are you doing in my kitchen? Get out of my house. This is a family discussion.
Not anymore. Democrats passed a law banning these types of discussions. We're gonna have to take the kid with us. This home isn't safe for them.
No, Mom, Dad. It's okay. Dad.
Learn more about Andy Bashir's equality agenda for our families. Visit lyingandy.com.
So that's a hardcore anti-trans ad. But Bashir still won the election in Kentucky.
Yes.
Without throwing people under the bus. He didn't bash up on transgender people at all.
No.
So how did he do it? He's written an op-ed about this. Let me read you the key part of the op-ed. I won re-election 12 months ago by 5 points in a state that Donald Trump just carried by 30 points. And I did so at a time when inflation and illegal border crossings were higher than they are now. So how was it possible? Because the people of Kentucky know I care about them personally, and most important, that I'm focused on what matters in their daily lives. That's a trust leaders must earn not only in their messaging, but also in their everyday actions. When most Americans wake up in the morning, they're not thinking about politics. Americans wake up thinking about their jobs and whether they make enough money to support their families. We wake up thinking about the next doctor's appointment for ourselves, our parents, or our kids. We wake up thinking about the roads and bridges we'll drive on that day, wondering how safe they are and how much traffic we'll see. I never think about that when I wake up. We wake up thinking about the public school we'll drop our kids off at, and we wake up thinking about public safety in our communities. Yes, there are a lot of big, important issues facing our country, but when families are struggling in these core areas, it's hard to focus on or read anything else. If you're staring at the cost of your child's prescription and wondering how you're going to pay for both it and your family's dinner, the offense of the day in Washington, D.C., or the latest crazy thing a politician said just isn't as important. And so I think if you put all of that together,
yes,
you can see that even in the polling, and I know, Seth Moulton and some sort of moderate Democrats have say, "Oh, it's clear. Let's start bashing transgender people. Let's throw them under the bus."
That's not the message to take from that poll.
Yeah, that's not the lesson. The lesson is they can hang you on cultural issues like transgender people and transgender issues if you if you don't seem like you care about what's happening to them.
Yes.
The key is you need to care about what's happening to them.
Yes.
You need to care about the working class people. That's the key. The Democrats lost the working class a long time ago. And if they got them back, then maybe they would be less susceptible to those kinds of attacks. That is, I think, the lesson of that. What do you reckon?
Yes. And also, it's not about what you say. I mean, there's a lot of talk about Democrats don't know how to talk to the working class anymore. I don't think that Ted Cruz particularly knows how to talk to the working class either. It's it's about what you actually do, right?
Yes.
Yes. And, there was, at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a huge amount of support for people. There was a huge amount of just cash support for people to help them through economic hardship. Then when the pandemic went away, they pretended that economic hardship had gone away, as if economic hardship was something that was caused by the pandemic rather than something that is endemic to American life. So, in terms of the way that people experience that, when 39% of people in 2024 were saying they were experiencing financial hardship compared to 31% 4 years previously, there's nothing that Democrats could have said, right? There's no message they could have had that would have actually counteracted that experience. Yeah, so it is about what you do. And okay, Democrats were very limited in what they could have done given the way the American political system is set up. But like, if you want to look at where you lost the election, it wasn't in the campaign messaging.
And can I say as well?
Yes,
this is not in my interests for me to be saying this. I'm no socialist, right?
Yes, yeah.
I'm no Bernie Sanders dude, right? But I'm just saying that is where the data and where the evidence seems to be pointing to me. Like I wouldn't be winning an election in America today if I ran the kind of campaign I want to run.
No,
but I'm just saying I can see where the evidence is pointing.
Yeah.
And it's pointing to the Sanders wing of the Democrat Party, I have to say. I
Yes.
really do think it is. Sorry, go on.
Yes, yeah. I was just thinking about another very ominous thing I saw. I can't remember if it was the day before the election or the day of the election. Federal Reserve interest rate cuts had not translated into mortgage interest rate cuts. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I think the latest news is that there's not going to be any more interest rates cuts anytime soon from the Fed.
Well, they just had one, so.
Yeah. But the ones that they are having aren't, they're not working. They're not. So anyway, given I think rent is one of the most significant factors in all of this.
It's certainly up there. I was also going to say on this Sanders thing.
Yeah.
Like, we should note, I think I've mentioned this once on Planet America, but I'll note to you guys that AMLO in Mexico was just enormously popular for the last few years, all through the post-pandemic period.
Yeah.
When inflation in Mexico was 8%. All through this period, he was incredibly popular because he was, because he was a convincing populist. It's it's people have done it. Like, I mean, I showed the graph on Planet America. I might as well show it here just in case you haven't seen it. It's got around, so I think most of you have seen it. The graph showing every international election over the last 120 years. Have you seen this graph?
No.
Every dot is showing an election, how the incumbent went compared to the previous election. So if you're above the line, if the dot's above the line, that means the incumbent went better than the previous election. If they're below the line, that means they went worse than the last election. And you can see this graph goes all the way back to 1905. And in every single year, there's at least one election above the line, except for 1 year. And it's 2024. Literally every single incumbent went worse in their election this year. Every single one. And if you recall 2020, there wasn't much room for error. If you went worse, you weren't going to be winning the next election. So, like I said, there was absolutely just a natural drift that we've already talked about. But it doesn't mean that you can't potentially fight it, because in 2023, you had AMLO's election. And he fought it. Well, it wasn't him. It was his replacement. But it was off the back of his popularity. This is just a random thing, which I found interesting. I read in an article. I often wondered, during this election, why didn't we hear about COVID? Trump made such a hash of COVID, and he was just getting off scot-free. Like, you just completely, like,
Yeah.
At one point in time, I remember, I don't know if it was you or someone else I was talking to, I didn't do it on the podcast, where I was saying, why haven't they started to run a series of ads every week? They've got $1 billion. Why don't they use that money to run a series of ads every week with, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And then you have a big card that says 4 years ago this week. And then you show exactly the shit that Trump was doing 4 years ago this week on COVID. Because literally from March all through to November, he was a disaster.
Yes.
Every single week he was doing crazy shit. And I think everyone's forgotten this. And that would have been such an effective campaign, I thought, ad campaign, to show just the highlights of what he did that week. And every week you have a different one. They would have gone viral. And you just show the crazy shit he did that week. And then at the end, you say this week. And then you have just the stats they like to talk about. The 1.2% inflation. The 4.1% unemployment. And then once again, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Yes. And like, if that, I thought that was such an obvious ad campaign. I thought they must have thought of this. Why aren't they running it? I read an article which explained why they weren't running it.
Why is that?
The Harris campaign person said people gave him a total pass because of COVID. There was frustration inside the campaign that voters turned the massive job losses into a non-issue. The same thing happened with undecided voters' views of Trump's efforts as president to cut Social Security programs, which he did try at one point in time. Voters simply didn't believe he'd done it. Even on abortion, voters didn't hold Trump responsible for appointing the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade. Quote, they didn't find him personally responsible for the fall of Roe. They said, adding that these voters thought he's ambivalent about abortion because many didn't think he had core principles, which explains why he went well on abortion. But basically, when they tried to run COVID advertising, they ran past people didn't buy it because they just didn't believe that Trump wasn't fine on COVID.
Wow.
Which is incredible.
That is amazing.
That tells me, I'll tell you what that tells me. That's part of the price the Democrats paid for having 4 years of someone who can't communicate as president.
Yes, yeah.
Like, Biden never sold the economy properly.
Yeah.
Effectively. He never blamed Trump for anything effectively. And he allowed Trump to rehabilitate because he couldn't communicate.
Yeah.
So there's
good
that.
point. Yeah.
All right, so I got a couple of last thoughts about the election before we move on to the cabinet. I see three big problems for the Democrats at this point in time.
Yep.
Having said that this was a normal election with expected results.
Yes.
I was talking about long-term trends here.
Yeah.
Number one, the media. I don't think the Democrats lost because of the media at all. But I think we have to note during this election was the first time, in my view, that right-wing media was at least as important as left-wing media, I think. Do you disagree?
I wasn't observing the media closely enough.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm talking in terms of driving narratives.
Yeah.
I thought narratives were driven just as easily from the bowels of Twitter and from YouTubers and from Fox as they were from Washington Post. Like I think that basically at this point in time they've got at least parity. You might say even the right wing might be slightly more powerful because they speak as a unified voice. They tend to go all together, whereas the Democrats are kind of herding cats a bit. Well, I said Democrats, I mean the mainstream media, kind of herding cats. They have different messages. Also, conservatives own local news as well. Let's not forget that as well. And they own viral online news like the Daily Wire, like all the Facebook, so like the biggest news sites on Facebook. They're all conservative. They own social media in a big way with Elon's propaganda network, and they're starting to dominate YouTube as well. For large proportions of the people, of the public, they may never look at CBS News now or a newspaper, especially now the newspapers cost money. Like online newspapers now, they've all got paywalls, all of them.
Yeah.
YouTubers don't have paywalls. Okay, so how do the Democrats reach those people? People have been saying, how do we make a left-wing Joe Rogan is what we've been hearing for the last few weeks. First, for a start, do you have any theories about that?
About how to make a left-wing Joe Rogan?
Yeah. So do you think it matters? I mean, like, Joe Rogan is the biggest broadcaster in the world, at least in America. He's the biggest broadcaster in America by a mile. So you go, okay. I mean, he's got 40 million viewers.
I have not thought of a way to Frankenstein up a left-wing Joe
Okay.
Rogan.
Well, what I would say is that 10 years ago,
Yeah.
Joe Rogan was the left-wing Joe Rogan. But what happened 10 years ago is that the left pushed him away. That's what I would say. And I'd say most of these dudes and most of these YouTubers came from the left. In fact, some of them still are there. Andrew Schultz is from the left. He is a left-winger. And all those dudes on his podcast, they're all left-wingers. And he's kind of a low-trust kind of left-winger, but he's still a left-winger. And people talk about him like he's some fascist or something because Trump talked to him. Like it's like it. I want to read you something from Ezra Klein. He told the story of when he was criticized for defending Joe Rogan 10 years ago. It wasn't that many years ago that Rogan had Bernie Sanders on for a friendly interview, and then Rogan kind of sort of endorsed him. Rather than celebrate, online liberals were furious at Sanders for going on Rogan in the first place. I was still on Twitter at the time, and I wrote about how, of course, Sanders was right to be there. And this was one of the best arguments for Sanders' campaign. If you want to beat Trump, you want to win over people like Rogan. Liberals got so angry at me for that, I was briefly a trending topic. Rogan was a transphobe, an Islamophobe, a sexist, a racist, the kind of person you want to marginalize, not chat with. But if these last years have proven anything, it's that liberals don't get to choose who is marginalized. Democrats should have been going on Rogan regularly. They should have been prioritizing it. And other podcasts like it this year, yes. Harris should have been there. Same for Tim Walz. On YouTube alone, Rogan's interview with Trump was viewed some 46 million times. Democrats are just going to abandon that in an election where they think that if the other side wins, it means fascism. Now, I don't think Harris going on Rogan would have made any difference, right? I'm not saying that. But I'm saying his general point, I think, is correct. That the Democrats went through this period where if someone was half on your side and half not on your side, you criticize them for being half not on your side. They were a party of subtraction, not addition. And I think that's the only change you need to make. Become a party of addition. I think Trump believes in addition. I think that if he thinks he can get someone to vote for him, he doesn't give a shit what they believe. Whereas I think that until recently, I think the Democrats have learned their lesson a little bit in that respect. But I think they just need to. I think they do need to be on these podcasts all the time, even if they find them. If they want to hold their nose a bit. Tucker Carlson turns up on these shows all the time. Why can't Fetterman? Why can't I just don't understand. What are your thoughts?
Look, I've got to be very honest about this. While you're saying all of this, I am just realizing how little I know about the podcast world.
Fair enough.
And about the YouTube world. Yes, which, that's a deficiency on my part.
You know about the only podcast that counts, though.
That's right, yeah. But I mean, this is why I have no answers for questions like how do you make a left-wing Rogan? And, I'm not familiar with what Rogan's trajectory was. I know that Alex Jones used to go on his show and smoke blunts.
Yes. It's true.
Yeah, but in that sense, I'm part of the problem. I don't even know this world.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they should be treated like the media because they are the media for significant portions of the electorate.
Yes, yeah.
And so they should be treated like that. Yeah, Kamala Harris ain't going to, Kamala Harris will probably get butchered on them because she seems inauthentic. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would just go off on those shows. She should turn up on those shows. Like people who...
She probably will.
I suspect she will.
If she's going to beat Andy Bashir in the primaries.
Yes. I strongly suspect she will.
Yeah.
Treat them like media because they are media. And if left-wingers turn up on these shows, I bet you some more left-wingers make these kinds of shows as well. It's kind of a virtuous cycle as far as I'm concerned. And by the way, they're not that right-wing. What they are is low trust, which takes me to my second point, which I described before, the low trust voters.
Yeah.
Trump went from a 32-point low turnout voters went from a 32-point Democratic advantage to a 13-point Republican advantage. So that's a 45-point turnaround, which obviously includes a lot of young men and those podcasters. They love to talk about Epstein. God, they love to talk about Epstein. But I think this is also a problem for the Democrats, which is that we've reached a critical mass of people, in my view, who don't trust the government at all.
Yeah.
And right now, their natural home is the Republican Party because A, the Republican Party's only been in power for 4 of the last 16 years. So they've been out of government. Number 2, Trump is the ultimate low trust voter, isn't he? So he will attract low trust voters.
Yes.
He combines with RFK twice as much. But the problem is this, from my perspective. Low trust people, not just Trump, all low trust people, they tend to be incompetent as governors because they're not thinking about government.
No.
They have no interest in government. And so they're poor technocratic managers because they don't value what the government does.
Yes.
So low trust voters vote these guys in.
Yes.
They suck.
Yes.
And that gives more people a reason to not trust the government.
Thomas Frank, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Or no, it's about, this was his book Wrecking Crew. So this was after What's the Matter with Kansas.
Yeah.
He basically said this was the Republican mode of government.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, this is not new.
Yeah,
this has been around for a long time.
Well,
I
think it's been growing.
Yeah. The people who have bad experiences with government vote in people who will, promise to shake it up. Then they shake it up by making things worse. And people's trust in government just declines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of these YouTubers who are doing this low trust stuff, it's hard to break the cycle with these guys because some of them are really dumb. Really dumb. Like, I don't know if you know Aiden Ross. He was...
No, you've got to remember, none of these names mean anything.
He's one of the guys that Trump spoke to. Okay. He's really dumb. You're going to love this. You'll love this, Dave. Anyone who's listening, you should watch this so you can see. Actually, I'll tell you what. I'm going to read you out what he's about to try to read.
Okay.
So that way, people who are listening can appreciate it as well as the people who are watching.
Okay.
Someone called him a fascist, right? So he looks up fascism on Google.
Yep.
And he sees a definition that says fascism is a far-right authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. And then he's trying to read, he's saying other fascists, he sees Benito Mussolini, and then he gets sent off. He gets sent off when he sees Hitler. And he goes, oh my God, they're calling me Hitler. Okay, so that's what you're about to hear and what you're about to see. Enjoy.
What does a fascist mean? It means you are a far right authorization ultra analyst political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mussolini and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard of my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo! All right, bro. See what I'm saying, chat? Like, this is why I don't fuck with y'all, bro. Like, dude, like, this is what the fuck I don't... Bro, I don't fuck with y'all, bro. I do not fuck with you guys, bro.
Okay, so that's pretty funny.
Yeah. How many listeners does he have a week?
He's got a lot more than us, Dave. He's got so many more than us. Look, sometimes I do feel like we're actually heading down the idiocracy curve. Because how dumb are the people going to be that learn from him?
That's right.
The next generation after Aiden Ross. Anyway, it's important to break that cycle. This is my point. That cycle there, you just saw there, that's an important cycle to break. It's not a good cycle. This administration was always going to struggle with these people, though, because the best way to change a low trust voter is to prove they're wrong with a concrete deliverable.
Yes.
So here, see, look with your eyes, okay? And the Biden administration struggled badly with concrete deliverables.
Yes.
They can point to economic data, which isn't a deliverable, but people won't believe it.
No.
Okay, so, how about cheaper medicines next term? I mean, they might have just started this term, like this year, but like 10 medicines. The rest is next term. What about the $7.5 billion for electric chargers from the IRA? Remember last year they built 7 charging stations? Now they've built 17. They're all due next term.
Yeah.
What about the broadband for rural people? $42 billion in 2021. So far, zero. Zero. Next term. They could have used Starlink to bridge the gap. They didn't. But Biden tweeted this last week about his 3 big industrial bills that were passed years ago. Much of the work we've done has already been felt by the American people, but the vast majority of it will be felt over the next 10 years. Like, I get what they're doing. They're trying to be sensible. They're trying to spend money in a wise way. They're trying to be logical. You can't just click your fingers. I get this. But you just got to be smart about this and at least have some deliverables that happen straight away.
Yes.
And if you don't have deliverables think about Trump's slogan in the last couple of weeks of this election. Kamala broke it, Trump will fix it. It's about deliverables. And if you can't deliver something, at least promise you will. Like, I'm thinking about Kamala Harris on The View when they asked her, how will you be different to Joe Biden? And she said, nothing comes to mind. And you're saying you can't separate yourself from the administration. I get that.
Yes.
But what you can do is at least say, what's the difference? What would I have done differently? I would have got the internet done faster. Just signal that you don't think it's okay to put everything off. I think that is something the Democrats have to break, because the technocracy thing is not going to work if you never deliver anything.
Yes.
Like, if it's all perfectly designed for perfect practices in 8 years' time. And the third thing is the working class, which I've already mentioned, that the Democrats have only won one election in the last 100 years where they didn't have a majority of the working class. It was 2020. Biden got 47% of the working class. Harris just got 44% of the working class after clawing back 7 points of the working class since she took over.
Yes.
So they were going to get pantsed amongst the working class in such a big way. As it was still a terrible performance.
Yeah.
Historically speaking. It's not, I don't blame her. This has been coming for a long time. They've been gradually just reducing their proportion of the working class for a long, long time. And I'll tell you why this is such a problem. By the way, this is why also Democrats should focus on unions. I don't care how much the unions screwed them over in this election. They need to stick with the unions, because as soon as they lose that connection to the unions, they're going to lose even more connection to the working class.
Yep.
They'll just be the party of lawyers, and then they are done. You might go, why would you say that? There's more college graduates all the time. I'll tell you why I say that, because it's not just about the presidency. It's about the Senate.
Yes.
And I'm going to talk to you about something I talked about in Play American a little bit, but this to me is this should be the biggest deal to all Democrats. Forget the presidency. Just think about the Senate, because if you sort out the Senate, you'll sort out the presidency. The Democrats just lost Ohio, Montana, and West Virginia, right? What do they all have in common? What they have in common is they're all red states. They also are the last red state Senate seats that the Democrats are holding in this generation. They now have 0.
Yes.
Why is that a problem? Because there are 24 red states. So they are now starting with 0 out of 48 before anything. There's only 52 seats left over.
Yes.
Right? Which means that they can only afford to drop 2 seats. Counting where the purple states are, they've got their own blue states that they're not going to lose. But then you've got Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Minnesota. Okay? They can only afford to lose 2 seats in all of them. Some of them pretty easy. Pennsylvania ain't easy, as they just discovered this election.
Yes.
Michigan wasn't easy.
No.
They just got there. Wisconsin, Ron Johnson still holds his seat.
Yeah.
Georgia, do you back either of the Georgians to necessarily win in the next election? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Arizona ain't easy. Nevada, not easy. None of these are easy, and they can only afford to drop. North Carolina, they haven't won a Senate seat there forever, and that's counted as one of the purples.
Yes.
If they lose 2, it's like they can only afford to lose 2 and to hold the Senate. So North Carolina alone means that they can't drop another seat.
Yes.
They need a perfect record other than that. Right now, you've got Susan Collins, you've got Ron Johnson, and you've got now this Dave McCormick guy in Pennsylvania. Each of them means that it's impossible for the Democrats to take the Senate. Impossible. while those three exist unless the Democrats start taking North Carolina. All right? Even if they do take one seat in North Carolina, that means they can only afford to lose one of those three that already exist. They've been trying to beat for years and they can't beat in Ron Johnson and Susan Collins. Okay, so let's fast forward to 2028. Forget 2026. Let's fast forward to 2028. The Democrats are a pretty good chance of winning the 2028 election because Trump's going to screw up. Of course, he's going to screw up, right? So these things swing back and forth. What are the chances that they hold the Senate when they get the presidency? Because I'll tell you now, they're not going. McCormick's seat's not coming up till the midterms.
Yeah.
So they need to beat Collins and Johnson in the next 2 years, and they need to lose not a single seat out of the Georgians, the Arizonans. They can't lose a single one. If they lose any of these really hard seats, they're not going to hold the Senate. And then the election after that, McCormick comes up. That gives them one seat.
Yes.
If they lose another seat or don't take the McCormick seat, then they lose the Senate again. They're in a position now where they need to be perfect at all times in order to hold the Senate. And that is a fucked position to be in.
Yes.
It means no judges. It means no appointments. It means no legislation. It means nothing. And that's in perpetuity, Dave. That's the next 10 years. That's until and if you think, oh, it's all right, some other states will come up. Yeah, you show me those states. Because if you look at the margins in all those red states, none of them are less than 13 points. None of them. Okay, so the Democrats, apart from North Carolina, which is their only saving grace, they only buys them 2 seats. Apart from North Carolina, and they still can't win there anyway.
Yeah.
Apart from North Carolina, they have got no prospect of winning another state for at least another 2 or 3 cycles. No state moves 15 points in 2 years, right? So it's that they need to win the working class because that's what's going on here. All these red states are working class states, right? So they need to get 10 points back on the working class. They even have a chance in Ohio and Iowa, which are believe it or not, they're the closest states that they can possibly win. So anyway, I spent a long time talking about that, but I can't believe it's not getting more attention because to me, the 5-alarm fire is here right now. They've been talking about this for ages. That's why they wanted to make Puerto Rico a state and Washington, D.C. a state. They could see it coming.
Yeah.
But it's now here. Like this, they are done unless they are either perfect or they can claw back 10% more of working class voters. What do you reckon?
I do think states are a bit more fluid than you're giving them credit for, and 2 or 3 cycles is not perpetuity. Having seen Virginia turn into a blue state, having seen New Hampshire turn into a blue state, having seen Colorado turn into a blue state, like
it wasn't in 2 years, man.
No. But the point is that Senate cycles are 6 years. It does shift over time. So I think that, generally, no political party successfully pursues one group without giving up a lot of another group. And so I think that it's a little bit more fluid than what you're portraying. But I do think that Democrats are in for a rough few years in the Senate, definitely.
And if they fix the Senate, they'll fix the presidency because they'll give them more states to play with.
Yeah. I think it is still worth noting that there are plenty of red states that keep electing Democratic governors.
Yeah.
So it's about, governor is also a statewide office. It's about learning how to, win those statewide offices.
Okay, so take Kentucky, for instance.
Yeah.
The margin is currently 31 points. 31 points is the margin in the election. That's what we're talking about there.
Yeah.
I take your point. Like, I shouldn't have used the word perpetuity because what I meant was in this generation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean like a decade.
Yeah.
Like it's, the next president, Josh Shapiro or whatever, the next president or Wes Moore or whatever, is unless unless everything comes together for them, they are looking at a wasted presidency, just a destroyed presidency. If they've got a Republican Senate for the entire 4 years, they will do nothing. So it's pretty important.
Yeah, no, it is very important. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, just on the class point, I don't like the way that college, non-college has just come to become the master signifier of class.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. Because there's a lot that goes on with college and non-college that is not just about economic class. There are many aspects of economic class that are not captured by the college non-college divide. I think the single biggest economic divide is precarious versus non-precarious. And even though obviously college-educated people are more likely to be in non-precarious positions, there are actually a hell of a lot of college-educated people who are in precarious economic positions. There are, and there's a reasonable chunk of non-college educated people who have escaped precarity. A lot of Trump's base, it's basically non-college educated people who are pretty well off, especially older people. Non-college college, that proxies a lot more for cultural politics. And this is another thing that Thomas Frank foresaw 20 years ago, the way that class got successfully redefined almost completely in terms of cultural politics.
He's good.
Yeah. He's, he copped a lot of shit for it at the time, but that was, that turned out to be correct, as was his prediction of how Republicans would govern. I broadly agree with your diagnosis. Once again, it's not about talking to the working class, it's about actually doing something for them.
No, this is the reason why I've just had this newfound support of Sandersism, even though I personally hate it. Like I just think if you're the Democrats right now, you need to do whatever is going to work as soon as you can do it.
Yes.
And this is the only thing on the table right now. So it's
and I just do want to emphasize as well that none of these groups are as monolithic as, we're talking about. You find any group of 10 white non-college educated voters, you're still going to find 4 of them are voting for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
That's
It's how do you get one more out of that group? That trivializes it because, getting that one more is actually basically the difference between winning and losing elections, and it's a fucking hard task.
But you make a good point.
Yes. Yeah.
Like we do generalize.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the new cabinet. Okay, so I reckon the best way to do this is let's just go one by one.
Okay.
All right. You don't have to follow the order I've got here.
Sure. No, I'm looking at it. It's a good order.
Okay, let's go. Let's start with Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
This one was the most shocking of all.
Why was it so shocking?
Because it was so normal.
Yes, it was.
Because that was the choice that basically any Republican would have made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Marco Rubio, he is really pretty much an establishment Republican figure by this point.
Yep.
He was first elected in 2010.
Yep.
Where he was a slightly new flavor of Tea Party.
Yes.
Back then, he was very into the power of markets and open to immigration reform.
He was.
Basically done a 180 on both of those points.
He has.
Since then. But what is best known for really in the foreign policy space is hawkishness, especially towards Cuba, other left-wing Latin American regimes, and of course towards China.
Yes.
So what this basically says is that the nation's chief diplomat is someone who's going to have a very hostile stance towards all of these powers.
And we should also say, very well qualified. Not just senator for 14 years. He's on the Foreign Relations Committee, Intelligence Committee. He's the ranking Republican on the Intelligence Committee. So he's well versed in all the issues that he'd be talking about as a Secretary of State. He actually believes in alliances. That's a nice thing. He believes in NATO. That's a nice thing. He doesn't have any obvious psychological diagnoses. That's a lovely thing. Any other thoughts about him?
Well, he's got a much higher domestic political profile than any of the other cabinet appointees.
He does. He does.
And also has got a notably higher domestic political profile than anyone in Biden's foreign policy team.
Yes.
Yeah. As I've said before, Biden surrounded himself with not with nobodies in foreign policy, but with people who weren't going to have any kind of recognizable or independent voice in foreign policy. It was all going to be Biden. Rubio is a much more traditional kind of Secretary of State pick in terms of somebody who's well-known, who actually has an independent power base, who has a career after this, is still potentially a presidential candidate in the future.
I do wonder what he's playing at as far as his politics go, because he's got the cushiest job in the world lined up for 20 years in the Senate, which he's giving up.
Yeah,
for this. I mean, it should be a fun 4 years. 4 years. It'll be a fun 18 months for him. But I'm not sure I'd do that. I'm not sure I'd give that up if I was him. Like he's got such a good wicket.
Yeah.
It's I mean, would you give that up? Would you give up a Florida Senate seat, safe Florida Senate seat especially when you're a ranking member of committees and stuff? To be Secretary of State.
Maybe he's looked carefully at Rick Scott and thought, is this the future I want?
Rick Skeletor Scott.
Yeah.
We'll get to him.
Is this what I want for myself?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts on him?
No, not really. All right, let me make it clear I don't like him at all.
No, but you're just saying.
Yeah. Very normal pick as far as these things
I think
go.
it's good. I think it's good for us to be positive to Marco Rubio because we know what's coming.
Yeah. And by the way, it's also worth mentioning that who is the most foreign policy important person in the administration? It changes from administration to administration. Sometimes it's the Secretary of State. Often it is not. My guess is it's not going to be the Secretary of State this time.
Well, it's interesting that, to me, the person I've put next in the order is someone who I'm pairing up with Rubio. I actually suspect they're going to be a little unit amongst themselves, which is the National Security Advisor, is Michael Waltz.
Yes.
Now, he is also, like Rubio, a conventional, if super hawkish pick.
Yes.
He's also well qualified. He was originally a Green Beret for 4 years. He then joined the Florida National Guard, through which he served in Afghanistan multiple times. He served in the Middle East, in Africa. He won 4 Bronze Stars, 2 with Valor. Then he worked as a policy advisor in the Pentagon under Bob Gaetz and Donald Rumsfeld. He was Dick Cheney's counterterrorism advisor. He's got a lot of experience, this guy. Then he became a congressman for Florida after that. He served on the Armed Services, Intelligence, and Foreign Affairs committees. Kind of perfect. So he's certainly conventionally qualified, a conventional, normal person that you would pick for this role. What do you have to say about him, though?
What I've got to say is, so you've got the two usually most important foreign policy positions, plus the president, all from Florida.
That's true.
We're basically talking about Florida's foreign policy at this point.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's very true. Well, if they're all on the same page. It's, I mean, I don't know if
probably won't be. I would expect, I mean, I know that you're saying they're going to act as a unit. I would expect Waltz to be more powerful just because the way that it worked in the previous Trump administration was proximity to Trump was everything.
Well, the way it worked in the previous Trump administration was sack the NSA advisor. Yeah. They went through 4 of them.
He did go through 4 of them. But I think Trump will continue the trend of whoever's actually in the White House is the most important. Yeah, that's going to be Waltz, yes.
In terms of policy, he's most known for his criticisms of the Afghanistan withdrawal, Waltz. And I don't just mean the nature of the withdrawal. I mean the withdrawal.
The fact that the withdrawal happened.
Yeah. Like he in 2017, he said this about Afghanistan. I think we're in for a long haul, and I think our nation's leadership needs to begin telling the American people, I'm sorry, we don't have a choice. We're 15 years into what's going to be a multi-generational war because we're talking about defeating an idea. Even in 2021, after America withdrew, he argued to restart the war, to go back in. And then he also voted against ending support of the Saudis in Yemen, and he voted to keep the Iraq war authorization going in 2021, long after the Iraq war was finished. So yeah, pretty hawkish.
Yep.
He's also done lots of woke military bashing, which is probably why he got the job. He's also...
It's definitely why Pete Hegseth got the job, but
we'll get to him.
Yes.
He's also on Republicans' China task force and has argued the US military is not prepared enough for a potential war with China, which is actually something that a lot of Trump's picks have in common.
Speaking, did Elbridge Colby end up anywhere?
I haven't seen him so far.
That might be coming later. Yes. China hawkishness is a big theme of all of this. Which is, I mean, on the one hand, very, very predictable.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, as I've said before, if China were to forcibly reunify Taiwan, Biden would 100% have sent the US military to back Taiwan. Harris, I'm pretty sure, would have as well. My certainty around Trump is nowhere near 100%.
I know Waltz would advise him to, but
Waltz would definitely advise him to.
Yeah.
But it would be nowhere near 100% on that question.
Yeah.
Which hopefully will never come up. But yes.
I should say, by the way, that it's a bipartisan belief that America is not ready for a war with China.
Oh, I think that's absolutely correct.
It's in terms of hawkishness might be slightly more on the old school Republican side, but just across the board, everyone goes, "Oh my God, if China and they went to war with America, they would just spank them." So it'll be interesting to see if Trump does try to rebuild the army.
One of the things that bothered me about AUKUS was that it was built around, this very, very long-term plan to build nuclear submarines, which is aimed at trying to establish some sort of parity with China. If you were China watching this, would part of your thinking be like, so we've got 20 years to get this done? We should act now?
I think China would probably look at the chart, which I showed on PEP a couple of years ago, which had, from memory, I think it was China making ships at 125 times the rate of America.
Yeah.
I think that's what they
Anyway, by the way, it's also it's also a mistake to talk about Chinese foreign policy in monolithic terms. It is not. It is really not. So I've already made that mistake by saying, well, China thinks this, which is actually just as bad as saying Washington thinks this.
Well, you did just say Florida thinks this.
But Florida, we can.
Yes. Sure. I mean, do you want to go into more detail about the China monolith thing or not?
No, that is another topic that has to be dealt with at far more length.
Okay.
But it's nowhere near as monolithic as it looks. Yes.
Okay. Even last week, Waltz was suggesting that America, quote, take the handcuffs off of the long-range weapons we provide Ukraine. That's not something that Trump wants to hear, but he's a hawk. He's as you say, he's suggesting more focus needs to move to China. He's also very pro-NATO, like Rubio, and also very hawkish on Iran. He's very keen to bomb Iran. He's the new Bolton, I think. He's
or McCain.
Yes. He's proposed that Congress authorize a war of, quote, cyber, drones, intelligence assets, naval assets against the drug cartels in Mexico. That's pretty hawkish.
Yeah.
Although he calls it peace through strength, not hawkishness. Anyway, so you might think he might dominate. I just see him and Rubio becoming the new whipping boys of the administration for online MAGA. Essentially, they're just going to blame those two for everything.
Wow,
it's
that's another reason to think, why is Rubio leaving his cushy Senate job?
I don't know. This can only come to tears. They are going to blame him for everything. Like, it's just, they hate him already. The MAGA guys hate Rubio. It's just, I don't know what he's doing.
As I say, I think it's the sight of Rick Scott every day.
Okay, let's go to the border czar, Tom Homan. What are you going to say about him?
No, not very much.
Okay, well, I'll say a bit and then you can jump in. He was Trump's nominated ICE director.
Yep.
When he was separated, when Trump was separating families. Deliberately, that is.
Yes.
Families have been separated a lot in America over the years. But deliberately separating families as a tactic back in 2018. He couldn't get confirmation, though. They just would not confirm him. So he gave up and he retired.
Yeah.
Trump now says Tom Homan will be in charge of all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. Congratulations to Tom. I have no doubt he'll do a fantastic and long-awaited for job. The MAGA conservatives love this guy. They love him because he's a true believer in deportations.
Yes.
Like, he's not saying this because it's popular. He is just really into deportations. This was him at the Republican convention earlier this year.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home.
He reminds me a little bit of what Rocky might have ended up like if Rocky had lived another 40 years. Anyway, the last week, he's been going on an anti-publicity tour, essentially.
Yeah.
Really scaring the hell out of people. This is his message to people who say they came to America when they were 6 months old. Yeah, or people have been in America for 30 years working peacefully, raising a family. What he has to say to them is, no exceptions.
Now, I'm going to say, if you're in the country illegally, you shouldn't feel comfortable. Absolutely not. I won't feel comfortable if I'm in the country illegally. If I'm in some other country illegally, I'm not going to be comfortable. You shouldn't be comfortable either, because when you enter this country illegally, you have committed a crime. You are a criminal, and you're not off the table.
That is a good sense of the way Tom Homan works. Although, having said that, he is actually keeping the idea of prioritizing security threats first with deportation.
Tom Homan, let me kick it off with you. How do you round up 10 million people and deport them?
Well, look, I agree with the president's plan on this, and the same plan he had during his first administration. You concentrate on the public safety threats and the national security threats first, because they're the worst of the worst. So it's going to be the worst first. That's how it has to be done. And we know a record number of people on the terrorist watch list have crossed this border. We know a record number of terrorists have been released in this country. We've already arrested some planning attacks. So look, the president is dead on when he says criminal threats, national security threats are going to be prioritized, and that's the way it's going to be.
Even his nose looks like he was punched in the face. I'm pretty sure he is Rocky. Anyway, and this is his message to the cartels. This is his peace-loving message for the cartels.
31% of women that make that journey get raped by criminal cartels. Children get raped. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 that have been raped multiple times. These cartels are animals, and that's why President Trump's going to take them off the face of the earth. They have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world, and President Trump is committed to calling them terrorist organization and using the full might of the United States Special Operations to take them out.
So that is auspicious.
I always find, so whenever people are talking about mass deportations, I always find there's one question that you need to ask people. How many employees do you think ICE has?
Yeah, it's not many. It's not many at all.
21,000.
Yeah. Yeah, that's hard to deport 13 million.
21,000. That's like maximum capacity of Leichhardt Oval.
But this is why Trump wants to deputize the National Guard and get the police involved and get the military involved. He wants to get them all involved. That's why. Where's the money coming from is the question.
Yes.
The Democrats won't be signing off on that. And this is Tom Homan's message to sanctuary cities that might not be helping the deportation mission along very much. He says this.
Some of these Democratic governors say they're going to stand in the way. They're going to make it hard for us. Well, a suggestion. If you're not going to help us, get the hell out of the way if we're going to do it. So if we can't get assistance from New York City, and we may have to double the number of agents we send in New York City, because we're going to do the job. We're going to do the job without you or with you.
Adrian! Anyway, my point is, I'm playing a lot of him because I think he's about to become a folk hero on the right. They're going to love him because he's a true believer, just like them. And he just can't deport enough people, right? The problem that I see coming up is that Trump is not going to want to be unpopular.
Yes.
And at some point in time, while you're deporting rapists, no one's going to care. But at some point in time, you're going to start deporting some darker kids.
Yes.
You're going to start breaking up some families.
Yep.
You're going to start deporting some kindly gardener who lives down the road. And then people are going to start getting angry.
You're going to start destroying entire industries.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what the most eaten meat is in the United States?
What is it?
Chicken.
Chicken.
Do you know how dependent the chicken industry is on undocumented migrants?
I can only guess.
It's incredibly dependent.
Yeah. So at some point, so that's when inflation starts.
Yes.
And at some point in time, Trump's going to want to bail out.
Yep.
Because he just wants some show raids.
Yeah.
And then he want to bail out. And this guy, Tom Homan, I'm telling you now, he ain't going to bail out.
No.
If Trump tries to shut him up, it's not going to work. This guy wants to deport people. He's got fever for deporting people.
Yep.
And he's going to keep on going. And this might sound ridiculous, but I think that if people are choosing between Tom Homan, once he's got a steam up, and Trump, they'll choose Tom Homan. I'm talking the Republicans on the line here.
Yeah.
They're going to love him so much. And I think he could be a problem for Trump down the road if Trump tries to stop him.
You
from
heard it
doing
here
this.
first.
So we'll see.
Yes.
I mean, look, I don't have much of a candle for Tom Homan. I'm just telling you, I can see how much they love him.
If I can change, you can change.
Yes.
We
Anyway,
can all change.
so now I talked about him for a while. Do you have any thoughts about Tom Homan, or are we moving on?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to think about him as little as possible.
Well, let's move on to the Department of Homeland Security. Kristi Noem. I bet you got something to say about her. Go for it, Dave.
Can't say anything. Okay. Well, given that the biggest threat to the United States is dogs who won't behave.
Yes.
Look, I've talked before about how the best thing about the Department of Homeland Security is the dogs that it employs.
Yeah. Oh, my God. You're right. I didn't think about that.
I hate to think what kind of future those cute little drug beagles have.
What a terrible appointment. I didn't
Yeah.
think about that.
This is a fucking awful appointment.
Oh, no. For those who don't know, Kristi Noem is the governor of South Dakota. But the thing she's actually best known for is because not only did she shoot her dog
Yeah.
in a gravel pit 10 years ago, wherever
Yeah.
it was, when I mean, it's not entirely clear what the dog did to deserve that, but she shot in the face. That's not the thing. The thing is that despite her publishing company insisting in her last book that she take the anecdote out about her shooting the dog,
Yeah.
she insisted on putting it into her second book.
Yes.
And because she thought it'd be such a boon to her prospects
Yeah.
as being vice presidential
Yes.
potentially. And she was wrong. She
Yeah.
was very wrong.
Look, she's the perfect pick.
Yep.
The Department of Homeland Security was a massive mistake that has never done anything to redeem itself. It absolutely deserves someone like her.
Yeah.
It is, I would say, by far the least popular of all of the government departments because people associate it with the TSA.
Yeah.
Which they really hate.
Yeah.
Go for it, Kristi.
It's interesting. The DHS has 260,000 employees.
Yes.
Unlike ICE.
Well, ICE is part of the DHS.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a bit more than a quarter the size of South Dakota.
Yes.
like we call her the governor of South Dakota.
Yeah.
She's kind of a bit more like a parks director than a governor.
Yes.
It's so this is a big step up for her.
Yeah.
It's a big step up, especially given her reputation is for being kind of hopeless.
Yes.
Like she's good at play acting.
Yeah.
Like she does a lot of play acting of being acting tough on immigration stuff. I guess that's why she got the job. Like she literally traveled to Texas, physically traveled to Texas to support Greg Abbott. Remember when he took that symbolic stand against the Biden administration by trying to put razor wire around a park?
Yes. Yeah.
She traveled physically down to support him, offering to bring more razor wire. Turned out Texas had enough razor wire for a park.
Yes.
But that's what she did. And she tweeted, she tweeted, this is back in 2021, South Dakota won't be taking any illegal immigrants that the Biden administration wants to relocate. My message to illegal immigrants, call me when you're an American, which would have been an interesting tweet for the tech-savvy Native Americans in her state. So, because given that South Dakota is filled with Indian reservations.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine what they would have thought of that attitude.
Yeah.
from Kristi Noem. But anyway, as I said, she's got a reputation for being weak, for being ineffective, for being superficial. My guess is that she is there to be the pretty face, and I'm not being sexist there. Yeah. I mean, prettier than Tom Homan.
Yes.
I'm a pretty face compared to Tom Homan. The pretty face for Tom Homan, because Trump knows he could never get Tom Homan confirmed.
No.
So Tom Homan needs to be in the White House, where he doesn't require confirmation. Get Kristi Noem confirmed, then Tom Homan can basically run the Department of Homeland Security by himself without confirmation.
And by the way, okay, so just on the point of confirmation, bearing in mind Republicans now have 53 votes in the Senate.
They do.
Rubio and Waltz would have got through, like, no matter what the margin was.
Yeah.
They would have got through if there'd been Democratic majorities.
Yes.
Yes. As you say, Homan would never have got through. Kristi Noem, she can get through in a 53 votes. In fact, she probably could have got through in a 52 or 51 vote.
I reckon she'll get through pretty comfortably.
Vote Senate. Yes. But we are going to start getting into people who are going to have more problems.
Oh, we are. I'm talking about people with more problems.
Yes.
I should say a big tick for Kristi Noem. Like, we're being a bit smart-assy here. I mean, it's like she's kind of inoffensive. She does nothing, right? But the big tick for her is the person who wanted to be Department of Homeland Security, who's not Kristi Noem, who has been obsessively campaigning for the Department of Homeland Security ever since she thought that Trump was going to win the election, and that is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh. She really wanted the Department of Homeland Security. And here is a really funny clip of her trying to campaign for Trump's attention, while at the same time, not being too obvious about it. I say, while she's been really obvious.
Who among those who've been around him, from Elon Musk to RFK to Vivek Ramaswamy, do you hope has a position in the next administration?
I'll let you start off with that one.
Well, I'll start with this. Those are new people. Those are brand new people.
Yep.
And you know what? Let's see, RFK, Vivek, they both tried to beat him in the presidential race this year. So I'm glad that they're supporting President Trump. I want them on the team for their strengths, but I also don't think that we put them in charge of everything. I think it's important to realize who stood with President Trump from the beginning, never backed down, never stabbed him in the back, never tried to beat him. And there's those of us that have been very loyal. We understand his policies. We support them through and through. And I'd like to see people like us that have done that very much involved.
It's not Elon Musk, don't Vivek Ramaswamy. What about people like us? What about us? Not me, us. People like us who have been loyal, So that was very subtle from Marjorie Taylor Greene. So anyway, I'll give Kristi Noem credit. She's not Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's move on to the UN ambassador, Elise Stefanik.
Look, I think this is actually a setback to Elise Stefanik's political ambitions.
I have no idea why she agreed
This
to this.
position is a graveyard of presidential ambition.
She's number 3 in Congress.
Yes.
Why wouldn't she just wait a term? You'll be the speaker.
She always seemed to me, it's someone I don't like, but who pretty obviously had like a major future in front of her. Shunting her off to this position. I mean, yes, she'll get to go and scream about Israel at the UN, but she was doing that perfectly effectively in Congress. I mean, when she was in Congress, she got to take revenge on Harvard because they kicked her off some alumni committee because of election trutherism. What? She's not going to get anything that personally satisfying out of the UN.
I think she must just not be able to say no to Trump. That's got to be it. She's an interesting cat. She started off as a moderate, but then she switched to being super aggressive MAGA when it seemed like the advantageous thing to do. She's left behind a whole trail of ex-friends who are very disappointed with how she's turned out. But she's definitely got the skills to do what Trump wants her to do here, which is bark a lot. And Yeah, like she's
Yeah,
a good speaker. She's
Yeah.
a good speaker, and
Yes. Yeah.
she needs to be diplomatic. She can be diplomatic. It's not like she's a smart person. She can do this stuff.
Yeah.
My view is just Trump couldn't give a toss about the UN at all. He just wants someone who can breathe fire.
Yeah.
And she can do that. So that's why he
Yes.
gave it to her. I feel like she's kind of, if I was her, I'd be thinking to myself, do I want to be the new Nikki Haley? She also like Nikki Haley in a lot of ways. In that the knock on both her and Nikki Haley is that they were unprincipled people who would just say whatever they need to get by.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, it's anyway, for me, she's neither here nor there. I don't really have a view. She's the kind of person you expect in the Republican administration. She's not an idiot. Okay,
No.
cool. All right. Yeah. Rubber stamp. Sure.
Yep.
Yep. She would have gotten up in most circumstances as well, I reckon.
Yes.
If only to get her out of the house.
Yeah.
Okay. Israel ambassador, Mike Huckabee.
What I love about this appointment is that it just shows what the actual link to Israel is for the Republican Party. It is not Jewish people. It is evangelical Christians.
Yes. Mike Huckabee, for those who don't know, ex-governor of Arkansas and a pastor.
Yes. Yeah. This in many ways is the most honest appointment that Trump has made. This is what Israel is about for Republicans. It's the future site where the apocalypse begins. Yes.
He
doesn't really have anything to do with Jewish people
at
all, and even less to do with Palestinians. So, yes.
I'll read you some quotes from him.
Yeah.
This is some nice secular, non-apocalyptic reasons for his love of Israel.
Yep.
This is a biblical mandate. We need to stand on it and recognize that we should never, ever allow the Jewish people to feel that they're alone again. And then he went on to say, this is in 2017, there are certain words I refuse to use. There's no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities. They're neighborhoods. They're cities. There's no such thing as an occupation.
So he's been auditioning for this job for a long time.
Yes, since the first term, apparently. Yeah. So there you go. And needless to say, he's not a big fan of Hamas. But fair to say, he's not going to get their autograph if he comes across them. The most incredible thing for me was I read he's visited Israel over 100 times.
Yeah. There's
How
a
into Israel
whole,
can you
there's a
be?
massive evangelical subculture of just going to Israel constantly. Yeah.
Your family's from South Australia, aren't they?
Not originally.
No, but now.
No.
Where are they?
We lived in South Australia for 6 years.
Oh, okay. So where?
My
where are your parents? Where are your
Penrith.
parents? Penrith.
Yes.
How often have you visited your parents 100 times? Have you visited your parents more than Mike?
I
Huckabee
refuse to
visited
incriminate
Israel?
myself.
Because I must say, since I heard that was my first thought. I thought, fuck, have I visited my parents that much?
Yeah.
And my parents only live a few suburbs away from me, right? And I did the maths.
Yeah.
I reckon 300. I reckon I've done a triple Huckabee in terms of visiting my parents. What do you
Okay.
reckon?
I'm not going to say anything about my shameful record of.
I think that answers any questions you may have, Peppers. The council rests. You are not going to be an ambassador to your parents' house in the Trump administration. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, no, but there's this whole evangelical subculture of just going to Israel all the time.
Don't you get bored?
And no, how can you get bored of the Holy Land?
Oh, God.
And
not interesting, is it?
Yeah. It's a very interesting place. Jerusalem is an amazing
Dude,
place.
100 times?
It is
100 times?
It is a really fascinating place. I remember that the trip I took from Jerusalem to Tel Aviv by oh my God.
What?
Fuck, I'm about to tell a taxi driver story.
Tell us that.
Come on,
Dr. Dave Friedman.
One thing I vow never ever to. Okay, so basically, let me just say I am not claiming any kind of insight into the country from this. I'm not making any political generalizations. This is just a funny story about the way that this taxi driver responded. Right. So this was a few days after Christmas. Like Like a lot of taxi drivers, he's Arab Israeli citizen. Basically, as soon as I got in the taxi, he knew that I was going to Tel Aviv, but he said, "Have you been to Bethlehem yet?" And I said, "No." And he started turning the taxi around to go to Bethlehem. And I go, "I'm not going to Bethlehem. I do not want to go to Bethlehem."
You told him you want to go somewhere else.
Yes.
So he decided you were going to Bethlehem.
I think this is bearing in mind, you've got evangelicals visiting Israel hundreds of times. This is around Christmas time. I think he must have found it hard to comprehend that, I probably came across as an American to him. I think he must have found hard to comprehend that a white, quite obviously like Western male traveling alone with an Anglo name wasn't some kind of maniac Christian pilgrim.
He confused you with Huckabee.
yeah. So that was the first point. But the second thing, which was really funny, was just the whole way he was berating me for going to Tel Aviv. He's like, "What do you want to go there for? There's nothing there. It's just a business city. It's like Jerusalem. That's a real city. That you've got history there."
Also, I thought Tel Aviv was a party city.
Stuff has actually happened. Well, this guy's clearly not impressed. Not impressed by that. But yeah, he's like, Jerusalem's a real city. There's real history there. That was one thing I found about Jerusalem. Like everyone who lives there is very attached to it. And yeah, this taxi driver, I was trying to explain to him that I had to fly out the next morning. It was a little bit easier to get to the airport from Tel Aviv. That I just wanted to see Tel Aviv. I just spent days in Jerusalem. I just wanted to see. No, he was not buying any of that. And then when he realized where my hotel was, that was just the absolute moment of disgust. He's like, "You're not even staying on the beach." Like, he didn't say what the fuck is wrong with you, but that was the implied message of the whole conversation. So anyway, this was a taxi, so there's no like Uber star rating system going on here. He was not worried what I thought about him. But anyway,
did you end up going to Bethlehem at some point in time?
No.
I mean, I don't know why anyone would want to go to Bethlehem. Isn't it like a manger? Like, just go to a nursery. like one of those nurseries where you can pat the lamb.
There's a ton of religious stuff to see in Jerusalem anyway. I saw a lot of it, yes. Yeah.
I still don't reckon you can go 100 times. Sorry.
Well, the thing about Jerusalem is, before I went there, I knew, because, I grew up steeped in Christian tradition. I knew on some level, like, what the layout of Jerusalem was. I also knew, obviously, it's the holy site of, three of the world's major religions. Nothing can quite prepare you for the fact, though, that you can get all of these holy sites into one photo. Like that, everything is so on top of each other. And when you go to the tomb of the Sepulchre, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is not quite sure how it's pronounced, which is where Jesus' tomb is.
Sure.
They're like, because everything happened in such a small space. They're like, and he was executed upstairs there, and it's all just incredibly small. And there's a lot of people with very strong beliefs in a very, very small place. So my favorite thing about this church is, it's run by 12 different denominations. I think it's 12 different denominations.
Yeah.
Who, in order to make any change to the church, they actually have to get together and agree on that change, which has literally not happened for hundreds of years. There was a minor riot in 2002, I think, between the Greek Orthodox and the Ethiopian Orthodox when someone moved a folding chair.
This is like a Python sketch.
Yeah, there is a ladder. There's a ladder just propped up against the wall outside an upper window, which is known as the perpetual ladder, because to move it, they would need to get together to agree to move it. It's been there since the 17th century. It's been there since Ottoman rule. Anyway, now all of this is Mike Huckabee's to enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
But if you want to know why you go to Israel hundreds of times, it's because there's stuff like that there.
You just said that everything's close together. That's all the more reason to only go once.
Well, if you can't walk very far,
sure.
But you know who did have to walk a long way?
Jesus.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure Mike Huckabee could show us the path. Okay, all right, so that's enough on Mike Huckabee. Let's talk about the Department of Defense.
Okay.
Which is, to me, this is one of the more interesting choices, actually.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about Pete Hegseth here.
Yes.
The Fox News weekend breakfast host.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I want to be fair to this guy. Like, there's been, as soon as he was appointed, there's a lot of kind of, what the hell? Fox News host? Like, he's not Doocy. He's not Jesse Waters. As he graduated from Princeton, he's got a master's in public policy from Harvard. Like he's a substantial person, even though he's a.
Is he originally from Florida?
I don't know. Maybe he is.
Oh, I don't think he is.
I don't know. You look him up.
This could be a serious conflict.
But my point is that he isn't a lightweight. As much as people act like he's a lightweight, I've got problems with him. But the problem is not that he's a lightweight.
Yeah.
He was an infantry captain in the Army National Guard. He did tours in Guantanamo Bay, Iraq, Afghanistan. He's probably early on. He was best known as running the Concerned Veterans from America, which they're like a front group for the Koch brothers.
Oh no, he's from Minnesota.
There you go.
Yeah,
they were trying to privatize the veterans' healthcare for ages. That's where he came from. He's also written a bunch of books. The one that Trump would be very aware of was from this year, The War on Warriors, Behind the Betrayal of the Men Who Keep Us Free. And that was essentially it was a treatise about the army going woke.
Yes. This is what this appointment is all about. It's that the biggest threat to American national security is wokeness. You will seriously meet people who make this argument.
Yep.
That wokeness has cost America its military preparedness.
Yep. This is what he has to say about it in that book. I joined the army in 2001 because I wanted to serve my country. Extremists attacked us on 9/11 and we went to war. I became an infantry officer in 2003. I guarded terrorists at Guantanamo Bay in 2004. I led men in combat in Iraq in 2005. I pulled bodies out of burning vehicles in Afghanistan in 2012. I held a riot shield outside the White House in 2020. And in 2021, I was deemed an extremist by that very same army. Yes, you read that right. 20 years and the military I loved, I fought for, I revered, spit me out. While writing this book, I separated from an army that didn't want me anymore. The feeling was mutual. I didn't want this army anymore either. What he wanted, he said, was non-white males. He said, affirmative action posts have... he wanted white males. Affirmative action posts have skyrocketed, with firsts being the most important factor in filling new commanders. We will not stop until trans, lesbian, black females run everything, he wrote. That gives you an idea of where he's coming from.
So, hang on. When he's talking about the army spit him out, is this because he was one of the 12 soldiers removed from the duty to protect Joe Biden's inauguration, which he claims is because of a Jerusalem cross tattoo?
That's what he claims, yes.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I won't comment. But I will say that he does have some interesting views about the military, like this one here.
I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated. We've all served with women, and they're great. It just, our institutions don't have to incentivize that in places where not traditionally, over human history, men in those positions are more capable.
Look, I'm not very woke, but it strikes me that at a time when the army is consistently not meeting its recruitment quotas, that might not be the smartest time to just refuse to accept a whole bunch of qualified volunteers who might be able to do the job. Seems kind of dumb. I mean, if they couldn't do the job, sure, but even he admits they could do the job. He said, we've all served with women do a good job. If they can, why would you rule them out because of their gender? I don't understand that. But this is him about the threat from China.
The Pentagon is in the book, the exact amount of years, but in the past X number of years, 10, 12, 15, the Pentagon has a perfect record in all of its war games against China. we lose every time inside the Pentagon war games. We know what our real capability. You see, we didn't even get to this part of the war on warriors. I mean, the military-industrial complex, the way we procure weapon systems. We're always the way our system works, the way our bureaucratic system works, where the speed of weapons procurement works. We're always a decade behind in fighting the last war, whereas China, we have what did Rumsfeld say? You go to the war, the army you have. We have the army. China's building an army specifically dedicated to defeating the United States of America. That is their strategic outset. Take hypersonic missiles. So if our whole power projection platform is aircraft carriers and the ability to project power that way strategically around the globe, and yeah, we have a nuclear triad and all of that, but a big part of it. And if 15 hypersonic missiles can take out our 10 aircraft carriers in the first 20 minutes of a conflict, what does that look like?
Here's another interesting view.
Yeah.
Referring back to something I was just talking about.
Yes.
At the Arutz Sheva conference in Jerusalem, he said, "There's no reason why the miracle of the re-establishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible." Now, if you don't know what he's talking about there, okay, so the Temple Mount was where the temple that was destroyed by the Romans in 60 AD was constructed. It has never been rebuilt. Even Benjamin Netanyahu thinks that rebuilding the temple on the Temple Mount is a bad idea.
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Because that's where the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock are.
Okay.
These are very substantial Islamic holy sites. This is considered the third holiest site in Islam.
Yep.
The Western Wall has become the holiest site of Judaism.
Yep.
Certainly Jews still consider, or many Jews at least, still consider the Temple Mount itself to be the holiest site in Judaism, but many of them consider it so holy that they shouldn't even go on it. And so there's been an arrangement in place for a long time that Muslims are allowed to go up there. You do get some Jewish militants going up there because they want it back. But as I say, even Benjamin Netanyahu thinks it's a bad idea to presumably demolish these Muslim holy sites in order to rebuild the temple there. But Pete Hegseth thinks it's not even anyone managed to convince Trump of this.
Yeah.
And there were people who were trying.
What's the good thing? He's not the ambassador to Israel then, isn't it?
Yes. But, Secretary of Defense, he's clearly got some interesting views.
Yeah, I'll tell you my concern about him.
Yeah.
I've got a few. I mean, like things like that China clip I played before, you go, okay, that's interesting out of the box thinking. He could be useful there, That I don't want to just reflexively be against every Trump appointee. But there are two things that bother me about him. I think Trump picked him for two reasons.
Yep.
And they both worry me.
Mm-hmm.
One is because Hegseth has a track record of advocating for war criminals.
Right, yep.
He championed the cause of four guys convicted of going on a shooting rampage of innocent civilians in Iraq. They were convicted, and he convinced Trump to pardon them. Trump would like that Hegseth doesn't mind getting his hands dirty to get the bad guys.
Yep.
That's the vibe there.
Mm-hmm.
And that worries me. People who think in terms of bad guys and good guys, I think shouldn't be in charge of militaries. I think people who care about rules should be in charge of militaries.
Yep.
Because if you think about good guys and bad guys, even if you're right, even if you're absolutely right about who the good guys and the bad guys are, that means there'll be no limit to what you're happy for the good guys to do to the bad guys.
Yes.
And that's when you get torture. That's when you get war crimes, right? And so that's something that concerns me a lot, especially given the thing I keep on talking about when it comes to the defense minister, which is Trump saying that he may use the military against protesters, whether they be violent or not. What happens if Trump can convince Hegseth, and I don't think it'll be hard to do so, that the protesters are the bad guys? Then why don't we just break some eggs to make an omelet? He's exactly the kind of person who I think who would give Trump a rubber stamp to set the military on rioters and on aggressive protesters. And that gives me nightmares. And I think that's one reason Trump picked him, because I think Trump knows that.
Yes.
That's the first thing. The second reason I think Trump picked him is along the lines of what you were talking about before with your DEI thing. Hegseth has a real thing he believes that the DEI infiltration of the military is their biggest problem. And he wants to go on a purge to deal with it.
Who are the people that truly believe in America first, that truly believe in unleashing our warfighters, that reject every aspect of DEI, not the whole like, well, we do diversity, but we're not really, no. We're out of this whole game. We only want lethality and meritocracy. That's it. And then what's key is not that person. You'll have a figurehead there at DOD that does that. It's the series of dozens of underlings who have to be just as committed and understanding everything that's being peddled and pushed to help recommend everybody that you fire. I mean, mass firings at the general officer. Were you involved in pushing that? Okay, you're fired. Were you involved? And fine, pick 5 or 6 symbolic firings of generals. Well, guess what happens at some level there? The whole incentive structure changes for these. They're politicians wearing camouflage at many levels at that level. They're going to start to return back, I would think, for many of them, to what they really were supposed to be doing in the first place. Oh, the incentive is having more ammo and more training, not more diversity trainings. How about we do that?
Yeah, so I think Trump is fully aware that that's his attitude. Trump has been making noise about purging the woke generals for some time now, and Hegseth is just the guy to do it. So apparently Trump has already drafted an executive order to start the purge. That's what people say. It established a warrior board of retired senior military personnel with the power to review 3- and 4-star officers and to recommend removals of any deemed unfit for leadership. When they say that, they mean they're going to focus on leadership capability, strategic readiness, and commitment to military excellence. Now, it concerns me a lot that Hegseth says what he cares about more than anything is focusing on competence and merit. But then he's saying he'll fire people who
have the wrong ideology.
Yeah, who have the wrong ideology, regardless of merit. In fact, he's saying we'll fire a few just for symbolic reasons.
And you got to say, nothing says military preparedness like, let's get rid of all our most senior military leaders.
Totally. And the thing is that I know you're saying, let's hope there's not a war, but there's every chance there might be.
Yeah. Hope is not a strategy.
Yeah, and you don't want to get rid of all your best military experience, I would have thought, directly before it, especially given the one thing that America has over China is war experience.
Yes.
They got a lot of it over the last 20 years. So why would you sack a whole bunch of war experience when you've got it there? It doesn't seem very smart to me.
No, it's not.
Deputy Chief of Staff Policy, Stephen Miller. There's not much to say about him.
Not much to say.
We all know.
Yes.
The thing that really stood out for me with him, okay, I got only 2 thoughts. Number one, he's meant to be the deputy of Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff. Stephen Miller ain't no one's deputy.
No.
Susie Wiles better watch out.
Yep.
I have a suspicion that in a year's time, either Susie Wiles or Stephen Miller are going to be in their current positions, but not both. I hope it's not Susie who's gone. Also, the other thing, which my big takeaway when I was doing research on this, guess how old Stephen Miller is?
Well, this is hard because he never seems to age.
No, he doesn't.
But he actually gets uglier.
Almost like Dracula.
He's like 38 or something.
He's 39.
Yeah.
39. He's an old-looking 39.
He really is, yes.
He's a vulture-looking 39. Anyway, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. You got thoughts about him, or should I start?
No, you go.
Okay, you can think of any thoughts about Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin served in the U.S. Army and Military Intelligence Corps before becoming an attorney for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, then became a congressman. He served on the House Financial Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. He ran for New York governor in 2022, did pretty well, didn't win, talked a lot about crime and immigration. Big loyalist to Trump. You notice that I mentioned a lot of things then. Not one of them was the environment.
No.
He's got no track record of any knowledge, any experience, any interest in anything environmental whatsoever. If he believes in human-caused climate change, he hasn't had cause to talk about it before. I'm pretty clear. I'm pretty sure that he's not there to protect the environment.
No.
He said, as EPA administrator, we will restore American energy dominance. That's usually what environmentalists start off with. Then he continues with, revitalize our auto industry to bring back American jobs, make the United States the global leader of artificial intelligence advancement, all these very environmental goals, and slash the red tape holding back American workers from upward economic mobility. Well, to be fair, he then says, we will accomplish all this while conserving our environment, protecting access to clean air and water, and keeping the American people healthy. I look forward to contributing to President Trump's agenda to build a more prosperous future for our nation. I don't believe the second half of your statement, Lee Zeldin. I only believe the first half. Trump obviously doesn't give a toss about the environment. No. This is obviously like a spoils for a loyalist.
Yes.
He doesn't have a job, Lee Zeldin. He'll just take anything.
Yeah.
So it's perfect for him. I actually think this is good news, though. I'm actually, you know what? This is one of my favorite appointments. And I'll tell you why.
Hey, we say one of your favorite appointments
in this administration.
But like, what are your other favorite appointments?
I like Rubio.
Okay.
Yeah. I like Rubio. And then there's a bunch which I'm indifferent to. Which I go, whatever, that's fine. I like this one. I positively like this appointment. And I'll tell you why. Because a Republican, and especially a Trump Republican, they're not going to be appointing an environmentalist. Okay?
No.
That's not coming. What's coming is the guy he had last time, well, after Scott Pruitt. There's the second guy he had last time, which is Andrew Wheeler, who is a creature of think tanks.
Yes.
Who's an absolute heat-seeking missile to destroy environmental regulations.
Yes.
Like who's an expert on being anti-environmental.
Yep.
That's who you get. You get the guy who knows exactly where the bodies are buried and exactly how to destroy them. This Lee Zeldin guy doesn't have a clue. He is going to come up against people who have trained, who've cut their teeth on Andrew Wheeler and on Scott Pruitt and on guys who are a lot tougher and meaner than Lee Zeldin and have spent the entire last Trump administration in court.
Yes.
Whatever Zeldin does, he's going straight to court.
Yes.
He's going to have no idea how to deal with it. They're going to eat him up. So I reckon the best chance for the environment, especially if you worry about global warming, is Lee Zeldin.
You make a very compelling case. I am sold.
Yes. So anyway, so we'll see how that goes.
Yes.
I'm quietly confident on that one. Tell you what I'm not quietly confident on. Attorney General Matt Gaetz. Dave, I bet you got things to say about this.
Well, okay, so among the things that don't have a future in the United States, vaccines, fluorides, and age of consent laws.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I had to look up to see whether Matt Gaetz has a law degree. He does.
He does.
And he definitely knows lawyers.
He knows a lot of lawyers. If the government needs a good lawyer, he'll find it for him.
Yeah, look, and this is where I think Trump is. So obviously, Trump wants people who are on board with his agenda. Matt Gaetz very clearly is.
Yes.
But there's got to be a trade-off at some point of appointing somebody who is going to have no idea how to do the job.
Yes.
That is going to be a problem. Like, you've already said Lee Zeldin's going to court every day from day one.
Yeah.
So is Matt Gaetz.
Yeah, well, just for his personal reasons.
Yeah.
And then because he's Attorney General.
What I was worried about was that this would go to either Ted Cruz or Ron DeSantis.
Oh, okay.
I
was worried Mike Davis.
What I was worried about with both of those are that they are both like substantively, they personally hate Trump, but they're substantively on board with him.
Yeah.
Deeply vengeful.
Yeah.
And they know how to do shit.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Matt Gaetz. Fuck, the most hated man in the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
This is one who, we had a private chat about this. We think he probably will get through a 53 vote Senate. Probably wouldn't have got through a 52 vote. So he's not getting Collins and Murkowski.
Yeah.
A lot of Republicans really hate him. There could be another one or two out there in the Senate who could stop him from getting through.
This is going to be really interesting because, I'm sure there's a lot more than 4 Republicans who hate him.
Yes.
But the issue is this, and this is why I made such a big deal about the 53rd seat.
Yeah.
If Collins and Murkowski, they're just given are not going to support him, right?
Yeah.
So if you're Collins and Murkowski and you're trying to find support, which is presumably what happens in the Senate, and you're trying to find support for someone to join your team, if you just need to find one person,
Yes.
especially if it's a target-rich environment like Matt Gaetz is,
Yes.
then that's not too hard. But if you got to find two people, then there's distrust.
Yes.
Because someone knows.
Yeah.
Because one of them knows if the other one betrays them at the last second.
Yeah.
And they're by themselves, and
Yes.
they don't block Matt Gaetz, but they have to wear it by themselves
Yeah.
as the only non-Collins Murkowski Republican to go against him.
Yes.
They know they're dead from Trump.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a bit of a prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah.
And it's that's what makes it a lot tougher when they've got to try and find two votes other than Collins and Murkowski, not one.
Yeah.
But having said that, there must be 30 Republicans who detest Matt Gaetz and think
Yes.
he's hopeless.
Yeah.
And don't want him to be the
Yes.
Attorney General. So this will be a really interesting test.
What I'm most looking forward to is, Trump's like, I'm going to appoint a real special prosecutor. Now, of course, Trump doesn't appoint that person. Matt Gaetz is going to appoint that person.
Yeah.
So in case you're wondering what Nestor's future was, real special prosecutor.
But by the way, we should just explain to people who aren't up with all the latest on Gaetz that what we keep on referring to is the fact Nestor is his what he calls inverted commas his son. He's just this kid who hung around him about 10 years ago.
He was his page.
Yeah, and they used to like kind of cruise for chicks together.
He was an intern
Yeah.
in Congress.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a bit unfortunate. So now Gaetz there's been a long time. First, there was a federal investigation into him. I think that's now over. If it wasn't over before, it's going to be over now.
Yeah, they declined to press charges.
Yeah. But he's been the subject of a congressional ethics investigation ever since, and they were going to vote today.
Yes.
On whether to release the result of their ethics investigation. And what we're talking about here, he was under investigation for soliciting for paying for sex with underage women.
Yes.
I mean, it's sex trafficking. That's what we're talking about. And also accepting improper gifts, for dispensing privileges and favors to people who he had a personal relationship with, to obstructing government investigations of his conduct. There's a bunch of stuff. Illicit drug use with some of these underage girls. And by the way that they know about these girls is because Matt Gaetz used to walk around the floor of the House showing people nude photos of these girls.
Yes.
That's how they know about them. So he's an interesting character, Matt Gaetz. But yeah, okay, so I suppose what I should ask you is, I mean, what's going on here? Because that's the other thing. Matt Gaetz wasn't, you might have looked in the articles about the Attorney General, no one ever talked about Matt Gaetz.
Yeah.
He wasn't on anyone's radar at all.
No.
But apparently he just turned up to Mar-a-Lago, like literally like 2 days ago, he turned up to Mar-a-Lago when they were talking about someone else entirely.
Yeah.
Had a chat to Trump, and now he's Attorney General. All right. So what do you think's going on?
When
there?
Trump said it's because of his efforts in wanting to reform the Justice Department.
Okay.
But I don't remember that. Like, what he's best known for is bringing down Kevin McCarthy.
Absolutely, which is what they all hold against him.
In the House of Representatives. I'm sure he has ranted a lot about the weaponization of the Justice Department, but every Republican's done that.
Yeah, and also people who are much more qualified than him are just as loyal to Trump and just as much. Like I said, Mike Davis. Mike Davis is a million times better qualified than this guy. He's a million times more vengeful than this guy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why he'd pick Gaetz. Like, to me, I was saying this I mean, this is kind of conspiracy mongering, I guess.
Yeah.
But to me, this just reeks of a deal.
Yes.
This reeks of Gaetz turning up, like desperate to avoid being in Congress when this report drops.
Yeah.
And saying, Trump, I will do X if you make me Attorney General. And Trump saying, sure.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what else to conclude from this because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's just
Yeah.
It's
like, I would have expected Marjorie Taylor Greene to get Homeland Security before I would have expected Matt Gaetz to be. Like, this was I know I said that Rubio was the most shocking, but this one was actually a surprise.
Yeah, like we've played this clip before. This guy here does not have the right temperament to be Attorney General. This was him at the Republican convention, just interrupting a live-to-air interview of Kevin McCarthy just because he's so furious.
Are you speaking? What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No. Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
He's a vengeful, angry person. I'm concerned about where he's going. Okay, now I know Dave's got to go pretty soon. So there's a few left. We've got Ratcliffe, we've got DOGE, the Ramaswamy, Elon Musk. We've got, of course, RFK.
Yes.
I suppose you should mention RFK.
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
Well, this was one that we saw coming. This one, I think, is going to have a lot of trouble getting through the Senate.
So you think this will have more trouble than Matt Gaetz?
Yes. Yeah. I think because he's in a position to do so much damage, like to really reverse public health for a long time, to break things that will be very difficult to put back together. This is the worst pick.
So what precisely do you, because what RFK says is he says, I'm not going to stop vaccines. I'm not going to stop any of this stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure people get accurate information. That's what I'm going to do. Now, obviously, accurate information, according to RFK. But what in particular are you most concerned about?
When he says, I'm just going to make sure that there are scientifically reviewed studies out there. It's like, that's the job that is already done by the FDA when it comes to drugs. He wants to remove fluoride from drinking water. Now, I know that there have been studies done that say if there's twice the healthy amount of fluoride in the drinking water, then it could affect IQ. That does seem like a problem.
Yeah.
The problem doesn't, the solution doesn't seem to be let's defluoridize America. And Trump seems to be on board with that one. In terms of what you were talking about in terms of low trust, he would just have tremendous power to shatter what trust is already there in public health.
I completely agree.
That is what he is going to do.
Yeah.
And, also, I'll just make sure that there are scientifically... No, what he's going to do is claim that there aren't scientifically reviewed studies out there. He is going to undermine the whole concept of public health.
Yeah, I agree. My concern is that he is going to Twitterize the HHS.
Yeah.
And it's just, and it's going to become a do your own research kind of scenario.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's a horrible cycle to be in on.
Yep.
Like where low trust people put someone who's low trust in, they reduce other people's trust, so there's even less trust.
Yeah.
And so then someone else is put in with even less trust.
Yeah.
And this is not a good place for a government to be in.
It's really not.
Yeah, so I'm a bit concerned about that.
Yep.
Do you have anything else to say about any of this stuff before you go?
No.
Okay.
We can talk more about it next week.
I'll look.
I know you're going to talk more about it today. But I will also talk more about it next week.
I think I'll finish off these guys in Unleashed, and
Okay.
I will also in Unleashed. I will do a bit of correspondence, a bit of
something to look forward to.
That's coming after the White Flash. Dr. Dave, I'll see you next week.
Stay peppy.
Stay peppy. Stay after White Flash. Welcome to the other side of the White Flash. This is Unleashed, and this is going to be long. We've got 4 more podcasts this year, so we've got a lot to squeeze in. But first, let's finish off this appointee section that we were halfway through when Dave had to go back to his real life. Melina, actually, I'm recording this the next day because Lockie the Lackey, unfortunately, was indisposed yesterday, so he's actually editing it right now, so I'm recording this while he's editing. And in the meantime, that's allowed Melina to send me an interesting clip, an amazing clip, if you will. She just alerted me to the one thing that could bring Pete Hegseth down. It could bring him undone. Never mind his philosophies of military-civilian interactions. We're not really interested in them. This could be his fatal flaw.
I don't think I've washed my hands for 10 years. Really, I don't really wash my hands ever.
Help me!
No, I inoculate myself. It's just not, germs are not a real thing. I can't see them, therefore they're not real.
So you're becoming immune to all of the
exactly,
bacteria.
I can't get sick.
Of course, Trump is a noted germaphobe, and you all know Trump is a pepper. So I guess Hegseth is done. Sorry, Pete. I tried to put in a good word for you. Few more things about Matt Gaetz, though, because I sort of cut that off before I'd actually said everything I wanted to say because I knew Dave was about to go. Firstly, he really is barely qualified. Yes, he has an active law license. He does have a law degree, so I guess that's nice. But he has zero prosecutorial experience. And if you're the head of the Department of Justice, what they do is prosecute. So that's kind of a problem. For what it's worth, John Bolton, definitely not a fan of Matt Gaetz as the Attorney General.
President-elect Trump intends to nominate Matt Gaetz to run the Department of Justice. What was your immediate reaction when you heard that?
Well, it must be the worst nomination for a cabinet position in American history. I think this is something that falls well outside the scope of deference that should be given to a president in nominating members of his senior team. Gaetz is not only totally incompetent for this job, he doesn't have the character. He is a person of moral turpitude. And notwithstanding how difficult it may be politically, this is a nomination the Republican Party should oppose.
And in response to that, Matt Gaetz tweeted, "We'll mark John down as a maybe." So let's give Matt Gaetz credit for that. He always has had a sense of humor. And by the way, I don't think Matt Gaetz is an idiot. I've seen him say intelligent things in the past. I've seen him advocate for some interesting things in a non-hackish way. I don't think he's got no brain at all. I just don't think he should be Attorney General. I think he has massive corruption potential. In fact, he probably has, for all we know, massive corruption history, but definitely potential for corruption as Attorney General. That's my major concern with him. By the way, Elon Musk is really becoming an unbearable cheerleader. I mean, I know you know that, but really unbearable. We're obviously going to talk a lot more about Elon Musk in future PEPs. I would have done it in this Unleashed, but there's too much else to talk about, so next week. Elon Musk responded to that quote from John Bolton with, "John Bolton, who is a staggeringly dumb warmonger, being against someone is a great sign. Gaetz will be great." Seriously, you can criticize Bolton for a lot of things, but staggeringly dumb, that's not one of them. Like what we're seeing there by Elon calling John Bolton staggeringly dumb is Elon sucking up not just the Trump's views, but expressing them like Trump would. The guy is turning into a mini-me. It's so pathetic and sad. He's even outsourcing his personality to Trump now. He's literally turned into a shitty Twitter lickspittle right before our eyes. He also, by the way, tweeted out, "The hammer of justice is coming," about Matt Gaetz. Like he was trying to sound as authoritarian as he possibly could. It's incredible. Anyway, but there is also a question about whether this ethics report into Matt Gaetz might get released anyway. I mean, presumably they've finished it if they were voting yesterday or today when we first started recording the podcast. If they were voting on Friday to release it, presumably they'd finished compiling it. Theoretically, Gaetz is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Ethics Committee, so they shouldn't be releasing the report officially. He's not part of their business, but you'd think it would come up in his confirmation hearing that in the Senate they would request the report, even if it wasn't to be released officially. On that, Michael Guest, chairman of the House Ethics Committee, said that the committee would not, inverted commas, rush out a report prior to the confirmation hearings, saying the Ethics Committee will put a report when the investigation is finalised. Of course, they're not going to finalise it now. He's retired. So that's an interesting grey area. Is he suggesting that unless it's, inverted commas, finalised, they will absolutely not release any of it? And finalising might not mean they need to add anything to it. It might be finished, but not officially finalised. I don't know. This is a really dodgy area for me. I mean, something tells me it's going to leak out. The Democrats aren't going to sit on it, but we'll see. CIA director. That's John Ratcliffe, who was the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Texas. Then he became a congressman from Texas for 5 years, and he became Trump's #1 defender during his first impeachment. That's where came to fame nationally. And Trump liked his work so much, he then tapped him to be the Director of National Intelligence in his final year. Shortly before the 2020 election, Ratcliffe declassified information that suggested that Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016 was planning the Russiagate scandal all along to undermine Trump. Trump obviously loved that declassification. Look, Ratcliffe is a huge Trump loyalist. There's no denying that. But, this is Trump's administration, so I guess that's not a huge surprise. Fair enough, I guess. I got to say, I always found John Ratcliffe quite reasonable. Like, he gets criticised sometimes by, well, particularly the left, but I personally think that he's well within the bounds of normal spin. I mean, he's a spinner. There's no doubt about that. He's kind of like the government version of Scott Jennings from CNN. Like, you're never left in any doubt who he's spinning for. But like Scott Jennings on CNN, I don't think he violates the basic bounds of decency. I think he's fine. I don't really have a problem with the guy. And he's plenty qualified for this role. So I reckon that's a reasonable pick. I'm okay with that. Then DOGE. Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. Two people filling one position, that position being efficiency expert. Quite ironic, I think you'll agree. What does this role mean, though? According to Trump, together these two wonderful Americans will pave the way for my administration to dismantle government bureaucracy, slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies. Essential to the Save America movement. Okay, so they will, in inverted commas, pave the way, i.e. they have no power at all. Paving the way for someone else to actually do something. What did Elon Musk have to say? He said, this will send shockwaves through the system and anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people. To drive this kind of drastic change, the Department of Government Efficiency will provide advice and guidance from outside of government and will partner with the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to drive large-scale structural reform and create an entrepreneurial approach to government never seen before. So he says it's going to provide, quote, advice and guidance. So they have no power at all. Again, look, that's not a surprise. This isn't even a department. They call themselves a department just so Musk can have his cute Doge meme because he had a cryptocurrency called Dogecoin. So they're allowing him to call it Doge, so the D stands for department, but it's not an actual department. It's just a task force at best. So do they have a staff or do they have a budget? That's uncertain. They can't have a big budget unless they want to create more waste. But yeah, you need Congress to fund its existence. You can't just assume that it exists unless they're taking the money from other parts of the White House executive budget, in which case there isn't much money. Also, let's be fair here. Musk was never going to have a proper government role. If he was to have a proper role with the government, with actual power, he would need Senate confirmation and he would need to clear ethics barriers, which means he, the richest man in the world, would need to divest himself of all his businesses or put them in a blind trust. Can you see Elon Musk giving up all his businesses, even temporarily? I can't. So Trump was always going to have to give him some toothless task force. There was no other option, to be fair to them. Also, since he's not divesting anything and he's not going to clear ethics barriers, that this guarantees there'll be massive conflicts of interest in a number of their suggestions because Elon has his fingers all over the government with his businesses. So there's going to be all kinds of conflicts of interest here, which is another reason I can't see this making much of an impact. A few other reasons I can't see this making much of an impact, apart from the fact they have no power and no budget and there's all these ethical issues. They've got till July the 4th, 2026 to report, which if you just do the maths, that means it's too late for Congress to do anything because Congress they're not even due to pass their next budget until October, just before the midterms in 2026. They never pass it on time, so that's going to be overdue. That's going to be late. So it's going to go past the midterms. The Democrats are almost certain to take the House in 2026. because there's only going to be a 3 or 4 seat majority now, and there's always a swing away from the government in the midterms, unless Trump unless he makes America great again, then there's going to be a swing against him. So I boldly predict there'll be zero result from this. Their recommendations won't come until, realistically, the Democrats are going to be there to act on them in the House. That's not what Musk says, though. Musk says, all actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. Anytime the public thinks we're cutting something important or not cutting something wasteful, just let us know. We'll also have a leaderboard for most insanely dumb spending of your tax dollars. This will both be both extremely tragic and extremely entertaining. Okay, so now it's clear what's going on here. Elon Musk is the new Tom Coburn. If you don't know who Tom Coburn is, it means that you're under 150 years old. Back in the 2000s, the noughts, Tom Coburn got around. He made a name for himself, basically bitching about waste in government. And what he would do is he put out a report every year with the biggest wastes in government. Now, usually these wastes weren't $10 billion here, $100 billion there. They weren't like that. They were like $3 million to explore the ins and outs of Lima sex. They were like that kind of stuff. They were pissy little line items that sounded kind of weird and funny. And he'd put out 10 of them or 15 of them or whatever every year, and the media would have a good laugh about the Lima sex science study. And usually at least half of them had actually good sense behind them, but they just sounded silly when you summarize them in a line. But the thing is, if you made every single cut in those reports, you were saving nothing. They were tiny little lines. They were just jokes, essentially. I mean, he was taking it seriously himself, but they weren't going to make any difference to the actual budget bottom line. And that's what this is. Clearly, this is what he's talking about, putting it up online so we can all laugh at the insanely dumb spending of your tax dollars. The real money isn't insanely dumb, which I'll get to in a second. The stuff that stuff that's insanely dumb just sounds funny, but it isn't much money, right? So that's what he's doing. And he's got his cute little meme already. Lockie, if you can find that there, I'm sure Lockie just put that up. What a lovely dog. I love dogs. You know I love dogs. So I approve wholeheartedly of the picture associated with DOGE. But I don't think it's doing anything else. And this annoys me because I support the goal completely. You guys know I'm a bit obsessed about debt. I do think America needs to tighten its belt. The annual deficit's now $1.6 trillion per year. It's guaranteed to blow out under Trump. If you want to know why, just go back to the last 80 minutes of my podcast before the election, and I'll tell you why. More debt, it means more interest. The interest being paid right now is 13% of the budget, 3.1% of GDP right now. By 2034, the CBO estimates it's going to be 16% of the federal budget and 3.9% of the GDP. This is a real problem. They do need to make cuts, but the truth is the challenge of cutting the size of government is not about waste, fraud, and abuse, no matter how many times Trump or Musk will say that. Everyone wants to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. If you actually find waste, fraud, and abuse, the Democrats will cut it as well. It will be unanimously voted in Congress. That's not controversial. It's not about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's not even about cutting staff. People think it's about sacking people. It's not about sacking people. I mean, look, you can save some money by sacking people, but let's be honest. Government has not had an increase in the staff of government for over 50 years. I'll show you a graph. This is the last 55 years, the staff of the government has been, this is the federal government we're talking here, has been stationary. It's been 3 million for 55 years. So per capita, that staff has been shrinking hugely. Compared to GDP, even more so. Like it's shrunk a massive amount in the last 55 years. So the staff isn't the issue here. Where the savings are, it's cutting stuff that people want. It's not cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. It's cutting Medicare. It's cutting Social Security. It's cutting stuff that you will lose elections over if you cut them, because the reason they're there, even though they're so expensive, and the reason no one touches them is because everyone wants them. That's the dirty secret, okay? Trump is not going to do that. He's already promised no cuts to Medicare and Social Security, and I believe him, by the way. He's been consistent on that. And the man lives in Florida. If he cut old people welfare, which is Medicare and Social Security, they would descend upon him like Shaun of the Dead. There'll be nowhere for him to go. So he's not going to do it. He also wants to increase defense, which is the next place where you can find money. Like the Pentagon hasn't passed an audit forever. They've been auditing them every year for like 6 years, and they haven't completed an audit yet because there's so much poor accountancy in the Pentagon. So you can find some money there, but Musk isn't going to do that because Trump wants to increase defense. And obviously they have to pay the interest bill off. And most of the rest is just bits and pieces. So Elon will have some fun pointing at some silly studies. Well, there is actually one place they can make cuts. There is one. Medicaid and food stamps. As in, leave the welfare for the old people, who, by the way, are richer, but not welfare for the poor. Cut that. In 2020, Trump did try to cut $100 billion a year out of Medicaid, which was a 17% cut at the time. Didn't get up. They tried to do that by turning Medicaid into a block grant. I'm sure they're going to try that again. A block grant is like a sum of money that you send to the states, and it has nothing to do with any demands on the healthcare system. You just give them a sum of money and you say, do what you will with it. And then what happens is the states, some of them will be very diligent with it. Some of them will just spend it on whatever they want. Some of them will just use it for tax cuts. And they just won't pay for healthcare for the poor at all. That's what happens in a number of red states today. And the idea is the reason you save money is because even though you give them the same amount as Medicaid right now, you then ratchet the block down over time, gradually give them less and less, or just hold it steady and let inflation eat away at it slowly while the rest of the budget expands for everything that's not that block grant. That's the way they achieve savings in the long run with these block grants. And look, that would be a shame if they actually succeeded in doing that, because Medicaid is not only very important, but it's actually relatively cheap. Doctors are paid 28% less by Medicaid than Medicare, and about half as much in Medicaid as general private health insurance private prices. So if you're cutting Medicaid, I'll tell you what you're doing. You're making one of two choices. Either you're making sure that people who are poor don't get health care and they just die. That's one option. Or the other option is you're costing money because somehow they're going to have to get health care by some other means, which is going to cost more because Medicaid pays less. So it's one of the two. Either it's actually making government less efficient, or it's just cutting poor people off from healthcare. So I don't like cutting Medicaid for that reason. And it's not going to be very electorally popular either way, by the way, especially amongst Trump's new supporters. So I don't think, they might try that, but I don't think it's going anywhere. The important point I'm trying to make, though, is this Department of Government Efficiency, forget it. It's a gimmick, okay? There is no way this is going to end up in any substantial cuts. And it's just going to provide lots of lols for Elon Musk on Twitter, which might be his highest priority at the moment. Now, I want to talk about something which is much more important than any of this, like any of these appointments, much more important in my view, because it's about the appointments, but it has ramifications for the future of America, full stop, well past these appointments, certainly for the powers of the Senate. And this is where I get pretty serious, because this is the kind of constitutional kind of stuff that gets me worked up. And annoyingly, no one else seems to care about this stuff, even though I think that this stuff is a much bigger threat to America than any of the things that people did get exercised about before the election. First of all, I should just say that John Thune is the new Senate leader, and he was elected earlier this week. There was a playoff between him, John Cornyn, and Rick Skeletor Scott. And I introduced that because John Thune now he's the leader. he has a decision to make, which I'll now talk you through. According to the Constitution, it's the Senate's duty to vet nominees. Okay? Article 2 of the Constitution authorizes the president to, quote, nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States. Okay, so it is their duty, it's the Senate's duty to offer their advice and consent to the president as part of the nomination and confirmation process. It's constitutionally mandated for a reason, to create a separation of power. It's a check and balance, okay? But in the early days of the Congress, they met for only about 9 out of 24 months in total per 2-year period. So they had these huge recesses, these holidays where Congress wasn't in session, and the president needed to be able to appoint people during those recesses. So the Constitution gave presidents the power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. That's a quote from the Constitution. So you can have an appointment for up to 2 years without Senate confirmation if it occurs during a recess. And by the way, you can then make a recess appointment for the same nominee in the next 2-year period if you want as well. So it's a license to avoid Senate confirmation permanently if you're dodgy. Now, what is a recess? This is a critical question. So the way it's defined in the Constitution, both houses are meant to adjourn for a recess. Okay, now in this, the way that the laws have interpreted it until now is they're meant to adjourn for 10 days for a recess. And the reason why I say that's how it's happened until now and they're meant to adjourn is because there was a Supreme Court case about this exact question called Noel Canning, where they were very vague about this definition. And I wouldn't be surprised if Trump was to try to explore the loopholes in what a recess means and take it to the Supreme Court and see if he can bully them into accepting his new definition of a recess. But right now, the definition is 10 days. And importantly, both houses have to agree to the recess because neither house can adjourn for more than 3 days without permission of the other house. Okay? Now, in the past, these recesses were very common, so recess appointments were very common. Bill Clinton made 139 recess appointments. George W. Bush made 171 recess appointments. The problem is, by the time we get into Clinton and Bush, they're not so much a tool at that point about getting through an emergency period when the Congress isn't meeting, and they were more becoming a tool to respond to Senate obstruction. Because by the 90s, there was a lot of Senate obstruction happening. Certainly by the 2000s, big time Senate obstruction happening. And so it's kind of an arms race. The next element of the arms race was if they're not going to let you get your appointments through, you just work around them during the holiday. So that's what they used to do. When we got to the Obama administration, Mitch McConnell, by that stage, was the Senate leader, and he was like, nah, you're not doing this, mate. This was the next level of the arms race. Obama got away with 32 recess appointments, and then Mitch McConnell said, nah, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure the Senate never has a recess again. And you go, hang on, I'm pretty sure they have some pretty big holidays, certainly more than 10 days. Well, what he did was he invented these pro forma sessions where one dude just gavels in and then gavels out to stop the recess going for 10 days. Just every week or so, someone just goes to the floor of the Senate, gavels in, goes, we are now in session, gavels out, we are now out of session. And the House does that as well. So that way they can satisfy the Constitution and there's no recess. The Obama administration took that to the Supreme Court because they said this is dodgy. They lost. The Supreme Court said that's fine. That was the Noel Canning case I referred to before. And so now those pro forma sessions have continued to this day until now. As soon as Mitch McConnell disappeared, Donald Trump tried to get rid of them. Right in the middle of the leadership contest between John Thune, John Cornyn, and Rick Scott, Trump tweets out, Any Republican senator seeking the coveted leadership position in the United States Senate must agree to recess appointments in the Senate, without which we will not be able to get people confirmed in a timely manner. Sometimes the votes can take 2 years or more. This is what they did 4 years ago, and we cannot let it happen again. We need positions filled immediately. So first of all, was this reasonable? Well, confirming all your nominees is definitely a problem. There are 1,300 of those nominees. According to the political appointee tracker, out of the 800 appointments that they track, Biden's only nominated 649 appointees for positions now at the end of his 4th year, and only 569 of them have been confirmed. So there's still 80 waiting now, 4 years into his administration, where he's had the Senate for the last, all of them. He's had the Senate for the whole 4 years, and he's still got 80 waiting with no obstruction at all. Okay, so that is bullshit. If Trump wanted to push legislation to reduce the number of confirmations required in total, I'd support it. I'd say, yes, pass that legislation. You don't need 1,300 confirmable appointments. Make it 500. Make it 200. Make it a lot less. Fine. But that's not what he wants to do. He's saying that he needs his positions filled immediately, and he's not talking about his 1,300 positions. He's talking about the cabinet. He's talking about the important ones. If you're only going to confirm 20 appointments, make it these ones. And his concern is essentially bullshit. In 2017, the Senate actually started hearings on Trump's nominees before the guy was even president. He put these people up in the transition period, and the Senate immediately held confirmation hearings. They confirmed the Defense Secretary and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary on January 20. That was also before he was president. They were confirmed before he was president. His Secretary of State was confirmed on February 1. His Attorney General on February 8. His Treasury Secretary on February 13. So they moved fast, the Senate. In fact, he had his whole cabinet confirmed by April, which was a day before Obama's cabinet was confirmed, when Obama also had nearly 60 seats in the Senate, I might add. That's just how long it takes. Then you might say, well, why does it take that long? Well, in Trump's case, it took that long because he nominated a bunch of rich guys who had huge disclosure and ethics compliances to undertake. Sometimes it took 25 days to get through their disclosure forms and their ethics compliance, like Elon Musk would have had to if he was going to have a proper job in the administration. But the fact is, 25 days is still not a big deal, and the Senate rushes them through afterwards. So they're not making it impossible to fill out your cabinet. The other appointees, sure, let's talk about them. But the cabinet, no. Just do what the Constitution requires, please. It goes as quickly as it could be expected to go, this process. So when Trump says we need positions filled immediately, what does he mean? Because there's no recess until April, when at that point in time, he already had his entire cabinet confirmed. So he can't mean that, can he? Does he actually mean immediately? Does he actually mean that the Senate should just start with a holiday and allow him to take 10 days off at the beginning and allow him to appoint his entire cabinet, maybe his entire 1,300 appointees by recess appointment for 2 years, and then at the end of that 2-year period, then just do it again? Is that what he means? Because I don't think you can interpret his tweet any other way when you know the full context. Look, we haven't had that confirmed. Maybe he doesn't mean that, but I'd like him to specify, because if he does mean that, and I think he does mean that, that's real dictator for a day stuff. I mean, real dictator for an actual day stuff. That is tin pot dictator stuff. That is El Presidente stuff. That is, I don't know how to describe it any more than all the shit that people were saying for the last 6 months, where I was saying okay, that this is not a problem. You're misinterpreting him. This is worse than any of that. This is the Senate might as well not exist anymore. Trump is going to do their job for them. That's what this is. And I am astonished how little coverage this got. This got a little bit of news coverage, but I reckon many of you will have no idea that this is what's been going on the last week. Because it really didn't get much coverage. And this is enormous. This is the kind of thing which people should be revolting about, in my view. If that's what he means, I'd like someone to ask him, reporters, what the hell are you doing? Get a microphone in his face and make him specify exactly what he's asking, because this is shocking. Sorry, I'm getting a bit excited here, but just this is the kind of stuff which is my personal nightmare, this kind of thing. And I get the feeling I'm about to flip my position. For the last few months, I've been trying to talk everyone else down while lots of other people are getting hysterical. I get the feeling I'm about to become the hysterical one while no one else gives a shit. Constitution, whatever, wherefore, hereto, thou, who cares? I got more to say, though. Now, to be clear, it is interesting that Trump never even tried to pressure McConnell to stop doing this in the first term. he had this situation for the whole first 4 years, and he didn't once try and pressure McConnell for recess appointments then. He waited till the moment McConnell resigned. So I actually think it's even worse than it seems there, because it's not just about his confirmations. I think it's about making the new Senate leader his bitch. That's what I think is going on here. And also, I should say, to be clear, you only need 50 votes to confirm an appointment. There's no filibuster of appointments. The Republicans have 53 votes. The Democrats can't block anything. So when Trump is trying to work around the Senate and their confirmation process, he's not trying to work around the Democrats. He's trying to work around Republicans. This is an attack on his own party. He is asking his own senators to castrate themselves. That's what's going on here. If they agreed to this, not only would it be awful in itself, but it would be the beginning of the end of the Senate as a viable independent branch of government. Because if Trump did this, then the Democrats are going to do it as well. And then why does the Senate exist? All right, so how did the senators react to this? Well, John Thune, who is now the leader, this was a statement he put out during the leadership contest when he was under a lot of pressure. So I'm giving him props on this one. He said, I've spent 8 months carefully listening to my colleagues about their vision for the next chapter of the Senate Republican Conference, especially as we hit the ground running with President Trump. One thing is clear. We must act quickly and decisively to get the president's cabinet and other nominees in place as soon as possible to start delivering on the mandate we've been sent to execute. And all options are on the table to make that happen, including recess appointments. We cannot let Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats block the will of the American people. Now that there is a great way of saying nothing. He's saying that we want to stop the Democrats blocking appointments when they can't block appointments. He knows what he's doing, right? He knows what he's saying. This is his way of saying we're not going to block. We're not going to stop Republicans blocking the will of the American people. We're going to stop the Democrats using obstruction to block the will of the people. In other words, to decipher his code, he's telling Trump to get stuffed. He's saying, I'm not going to deprive the Republican senators of their constitutional rights. By contrast, Rick Skeletor Scott said, I should say, by the way, Rick Skeletor Scott was I should stop saying that. It's a bit unfair. Lockie, can you put up a split screen of Skeletor and Rick Scott? Thanks. I won't do that anymore. He was the choice of MAGA, Rick Scott. He had support from Elon Musk, unsurprisingly, and the larger MAGA movement. They were trying to campaign for him online, which was hard for them because there was a secret vote. But someone leaked the whip count, so that way everyone knew who theoretically was going to vote for who. And so that way the MAGA guys online could pressure the people who were on the whip count were not down to vote for Rick Scott. Anyway, but so Rick Scott was campaigning to be the MAGA guy, and when Trump posted his demands at 2:21 p.m., Rick Scott actually responded in 6 minutes saying, 100% agree. I will do whatever it takes to get your nominations through as quickly as possible. So that's kind of pathetic. And in response to that, Elon Musk tweeted out, Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader. Okay. Anyway, he ended up only getting 13 out of 52 votes on the first round. So he was eliminated immediately, which was nice. It was nice that the senators don't like being bullied generally. And although I'm sure they would have voted differently if it had been an open public vote rather than a secret vote. But anyway, what it did achieve, this whole push, was to do the groundwork for MAGA guys to hate whoever won. So John Thune now is obviously going to be the object of hate for the online guys. Well done, John Thune. You were the new Mitch McConnell. It didn't take long. He was already in the makings of this. He criticised Trump over the 2020 debacle, January 6th. And he tried, and then Trump in response tried to get a primary challenger against John Thune, didn't succeed, and then Thune endorsed Tim Scott in the 2024 primary. So they have been mates for a while, but Thune did smooth it over in the leadership in advance of this leadership contest. By holding a bunch of fundraisers for Trump during the election campaign. Whatever. The damage is done. He's been signalled as the enemy now to the base, and they're not going to forget. So Thune is going to have to make a choice now. He seems to have effectively ruled out preemptive recess appointments, which is wonderful. He's not going to thwart his colleagues from having confirmation power. But what about when someone Trump likes doesn't get confirmed? Is Thune going to allow Trump to recess appoint them at Easter? Because Trump's going to be pushing hard for that to happen. This is going to be Thune's big test. Look, if he gives in, it won't be the end of the world, because at least that nominee would have been dirtied up in a confirmation hearing. Like, at least there was a confirmation hearing if that takes place. That's really important. And let's face it, previous presidents have abused recess appointments in the same way. I don't like that they have. I would try and have a constitutional amendment to stop that happening. I'd probably get rid of the recess appointments entirely at this stage. I think they're an anachronism. But, like, let's be honest. I don't want to go, Trump's the end of the world, when he's just doing exactly what Obama tried to do, what George W. Bush did, what Clinton did. But it would be nice if the guardrail that Mitch McConnell put up stayed there. So I hope they do keep the pro forma sessions going, even after a confirmation hearing, even in Easter. Especially for the way out appointments, which obviously is a few. Oh, by the way, talking about way out appointments, I haven't mentioned either RFK or Tulsi Gabbard, because I know Dave's going to want to say something about both of them, and I really haven't gotten up to, at least I've got up to my readings on Gabbard. I haven't got to my readings on RFK. So there'll be more confirmation, there'll be more nominees over the next week. So we'll do a part 2 of the nominees next week, and we'll start with Gabbard and RFK. Don't worry, I didn't forget them. There is some good news, which I should note before I get to the even bigger problems I haven't mentioned yet, if you can believe it. The good news is the other leadership positions, apart from John Thune being majority leader in the Senate, this is from their elections just now, you had the Republican conference chair was Tom Cotton. The Republican Policy Committee Chair was Shelley Moore Capito. The conference Vice Chair was James Langford. And the Senatorial Committee Chair was Tim Scott. The reason why that's good news is James Langford being conference Vice Chair. That makes me really happy, because it means his career wasn't over after proposing immigration reform. Remember, I was really worried for him because I thought there was such a backlash to him trying to do the right thing by coming up with some bipartisan immigration reform. I thought he might be done. But the fact is, it seems he wasn't punished for being constructive. He's like, number 4 in charge of the Republicans in the Senate. So that's great news as far as I'm concerned. It means that someone else might try to be constructive in the future. So fingers crossed. I'm really pleasantly surprised I was wrong about that. All right, here we go. 2 more problems in this whole Senate stuff. The confirmation stuff. There is a rumor going around, and it's only a rumor, okay? But once again, I would love a reporter to stick a microphone in Trump's face and get him to confirm or deny this. This is Ed Whelan, who's a Republican legal guy on Twitter. Hope it's wrong, but I'm hearing through the grapevine about this bonkers plan. Trump would adjourn both houses of Congress under Article 2, Section 3, and then recess appoint his cabinet? Let's go through the Constitution here. What does Article 2, Section 3 say? It says, he shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect of the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. So the suggestion there is that Mike Johnson and John Thune, if they disagree about adjournments, Trump can come over the top and declare an adjournment of the Senate and House on his own. So if he pressures Johnson into helping him, Trump, he can make his own recess appointment whenever he likes, no matter what John Thune thinks. That's what people are interpreting that provision of the Constitution to suggest. Now, I don't know if the Supreme Court would agree. If he tried to do this, it's definitely going to the Supreme Court. But if that's the case, and Mike Johnson colludes with Donald Trump to work around John Thune and force an adjournment on the Senate early on so he can appoint all his cabinet and potentially nominees entirely as recess appointments for 2 years, so they work around the actual function of the Senate. If he can and wants to do that, that is dictator for 10 days scenario right there. That is a whole different world. Now, I'm hoping they're just floating that rumor to pressure the Senate into acquiescing, and they'd never seriously try that. Trump does that sometimes. He tries to scare people by suggesting, insinuating he might go way over the top to try and get them to do what he wants in a much more restrained fashion. I don't know. Someone please ask him. If that comes to fruition, that would be easily the worst constitutional moment in America since at least World War II. And I'm being restrained when I say that, because I want to say much longer than that. That would be such a shocker. That would just be a complete betrayal of the Constitution and the Founding Fathers' vision for the country if they did that. So I don't know. I'm just floating the possibility at this stage, so let's not get too worked up. Number 2, this one seems a little bit further down the track. Last week, the Department of Justice said that it was ready to, quote, process requests for security clearances for those who will need access to national security information. Now, Trump is yet to submit security clearance requests for any of his nominees. Not a big deal, is it? I mean, it's November. He's got months to go. That's fine. He doesn't have to submit them now. This is what worries me, though. The New York Times published a story 3 weeks ago, and I quote, a memo circulating amongst at least half a dozen advisors to former Donald J. Trump recommends that if he is elected, he bypass traditional background checks by law enforcement officials and immediately grant security clearances to a large number of his appointees after being sworn in, according to 3 people briefed on the matter. The proposal is being promoted by a small group, including Boris Epstein, a top legal advisor to Mr. Trump, who was influential in his development, according to 3 people. Now, at the time, I didn't necessarily think that was a big deal. It didn't say that Trump was absolutely going to do it. It just said that some people in his coterie were suggesting he do it. That was like a proposed draft, So I didn't think that we should jump up and down and pull our hair out because lots of people come with lots of ideas. Doesn't mean they're going to do them. But now, this is starting to seem like a big deal all of a sudden, because we're talking about the same group of people from that story. The law enforcement officials who need security information. That story is starting to check out. And the fact they haven't made even the slightest feint towards applying for security clearances makes me nervous. If that is true, and they intend to do this, it would mean people like RFK and Matt Gaetz, who could never get a security clearance in a million years, might get shepherded through without us even knowing about their security problems. Even if they have a hearing, even if they go to a Senate confirmation, the Senate won't know about their security problems if they exist, because there'll be no security report. They will have received a clearance just from Trump, like he did with Jared Kushner back in the day when Jared Kushner couldn't get a clearance. That is serious dictator for a day stuff again. And I should stop saying for a day. The stuff I've been talking about here is just dictator stuff. So these are things that really, really worry me. And I actually think this stuff that I've just been talking about for the last half an hour is the most important stuff in this podcast. And in my view, in the news of the week. But we didn't get to it in the main pod, so I had to do it in Unleashed. And the news has definitely not gotten to it. So just a few miscellaneous things before I get to the correspondence with 45 minutes in. I've got the correspondence to come. Oh, God. But I don't have a problem with Biden congratulating Trump. That was the controversy a couple of days ago. We didn't get to it before. I'm not going to talk about it next week. There was a few lefties saying he shouldn't be so nice to Trump. Trump wasn't nice to him. What did Trump do? Trump ignored him 4 years ago. Trump didn't shake his hand and that actor like we shouldn't reward Trump's violation of norms by just disappearing them and treating Trump to a different standard to which he treats other people. That was the basic vibe from a certain sector of the media. I get it. I get the don't reward them thing. I totally understand that. But any behavior that you want reflected back on you, you have to model yourself. And you might say, yeah, that we need to enforce that on Trump. If Trump wants to be treated that way, then we need to make him do that himself. And if he doesn't, we should give him back a taste of his own medicine, shouldn't we? Otherwise, what's the incentive for them to behave? Okay, I understand that. But in reality, there is never going to be an election where the losing side doesn't think the winning side were a bunch of scumbags. That's every election, okay? That's just how it works. So the last time, yes, Trump broke the norm of treating his replacement with respect as part of the peaceful, calm transfer of power. He did. And it was because he was a baby, yes. But if you don't completely wipe that from people's memory banks with your behavior now, it will guaranteed get replicated in the future and it will become the new norm. A one-off, that's an isolated incident. A repeat performance becomes the new norm. I know it seems unfair and it seems to be an injustice, but it's just a fact. If Biden acted like Trump did 4 years ago, that is how we're going from now on. So good on Biden, I reckon, for doing it, for treating it like he did, for enacting the behavior he wanted to see going forward. He just carved a little notch, like basically Trump wiped the groove of the norm 4 years ago. And now Biden has the chance to start wearing in the new groove. How is he going to wear it in? This is how he's wearing it in. Thank God. Hopefully in 4 years' time, someone else will reiterate that and the groove will get a bit deeper. And then we're on our way to recreating a norm, which I think all like. So anyway, I congratulate Biden on that. I also want to make the point with my Senate doom scenario before, when I was with Dave, when I was talking about how the Democrats needed to take 10 points back from the working class in order to win some Senate seats in the future. A number of you might have been thinking, what about Latinos? They lost a whole bunch of Latinos. Isn't it easy to get Latinos back? Well, it doesn't help you because Latinos are mostly in Democrat states that they already hold. All that gets you, if you win Latinos back, is North Carolina and maybe Texas, which Texas is great from a presidential point of view, but from a Senate point of view, it's just 2 seats. So, so you're basically getting, considering in North Carolina, the Democrats already kind of need to win now, that's only going to get you 2 more potential seats to play with from Texas if you sort out the Latino issue. Whereas the working class issue opens up the rest of America, potentially. Certainly opens up Ohio and Iowa and Florida and a bunch of other states. So, and Texas. So that's why I think the working class. I just wanted to say it before I forget. Okay, also polls. I need to update what I said in the polls last week because now we've got more information. We can now compare the popular vote to the polls. Remember, I left the popular vote last week. So looking at the aggregators, 538 had Harris at 1.2%, a 1.2% margin with the popular vote. Nate Silver had Harris with a 1% advantage on the popular vote. Real Clear Politics had Harris with a 0.1% advantage on the popular vote. And Atlas Intel had Trump with a 1% advantage on the popular vote. The reality in the end was, well, it's not finished yet. Trump's has a 2% advantage and it's falling. I would say it's going to end up about Trump 1.5% at this point in time, somewhere between 1.5% and 2%. So once again, Atlas Intel is dead on for the popular vote. They did really, really well. And Real Clear Politics is well within 3 points error. Nate Silver is just within 3 points error. 538 is just outside 3 points error, but they will be within 3 points error very soon, I suspect by tomorrow. So once again, everyone was in the accepted margin of error. Polls did well, but the best was Atlas Intel. Also, by the way, the polls, apparently the state polls were the best in 25 years. Not bad. Not bad as far as errors go. I've got correspondence here from Ambrose. I think you missed something when you dismissed the 538 model. This came out last week. When you looked at the outcome that occurred the most often as part of their Monte Carlo analysis, it was Trump getting 312 electoral college votes. Now, I must admit, I skipped that entirely, but I looked up, I had a look at the 538 page and he's totally right. I missed it. 538 actually, this is not what they predicted, but this is when you look at the scenarios that they could imagine, what statisticians would call the mode, the one which had the most likelihood, the most possible outcomes, was actually Trump getting 312 electoral college votes. It's right there. Amazing. So, let's give 538 credit. Even though their averages weren't as close as Atlas Intel, their mode was dead on the nose, literally dead on the nose. 312 electoral college votes to Trump. So very impressive. And for what it's worth, the polls did all miss in the same direction. We should note that, which is a little bit annoying because it means pollsters still haven't discovered all of Trump's support. They've gotten close, but not all of it. The Polymarket whale has a theory. When I'm referring to the Polymarket whale, I'm referring to the dude, his name's Theo, who put millions of dollars on Trump in Polymarket. He said that he paid for his own polls because he didn't believe the current polls. He said in his polls, he got them to ask respondents which candidates they expected their neighbours to support. This is called neighbourhood polling. And the idea is that people might not want to reveal their own preferences, but they will indirectly reveal those preferences if you ask them to guess who their neighbours plan to vote for. And he reckons it found that Trump was winning. And he said it was more accurate. So maybe that's something for the future. And one more polling note. One of the things that may make the polling more accurate is that there has been in the past, is that pollsters have mostly moved away from random digit dialing, which is a kind of polling, it's hard to do these days when no one answers a phone, just randomly calling people on the phone. Also, when you do that, it's not only hard to do, but you need to rebalance potentially depending on the sample you get, because you might get a really strange sample because it's based on who is likely to answer their phone. Like, kids are less likely to answer their phone than old people, for instance. But there is one person who still uses random digit dialing in their polling, and they refuse to play with their numbers afterwards to rebalance them. You know who that is? Ann Selzer, the person who was 16 points out. which is interesting. Even though she is considered the gold standard of polls, she is using the old system, and maybe it's not working for her these days either. And before correspondence, one more thing. Tim Alberta, no friend of Trump's. He's the guy who wrote the Atlantic article that trashed Trump's campaign in the last week of the campaign. He made an important point that I couldn't fit into the pod, but I want to put it here because I think it's an important point that we should really note. This is Tim Alberta. I think we need to be fair here. I think a lot of people have been talking about how much Trump lies, and yes, has a lot. I'm not suggesting for a second that anyone else lies nearly as much as Trump. But in terms of consequential dishonesty, those three gaslighting elements, I think, are significant and they should be acknowledged. And even though I do think the economy was much better than the dominant narrative amongst some parts of the media, there were definite problems as well, like the credit card thing, okay? And they needed to be acknowledged. And to suggest they didn't exist at all, that's gaslighting. And so, and it's highly possible that some people were turned off by that. It is possible. So anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge that. Okay, finally, after about 6 one more things, we've got...
Hey! Correspondence Central. Correspondence Central. Hey!
Okay. I've gone through the last 6 PEPs because we haven't done correspondence properly for 6 of them. And I have picked my favourites. A number of them are no longer relevant because the election's over. A number of them are outdated. I won't be reading out the ones that are outdated, obviously. But look, I think it's important that we don't just forget them because A, I'm obsessive. Yes, you know that already. And B, also because you guys took the time to send us some great stuff. Sometimes you put a lot of thought into it. And I think it's on me to take the time to share them with everyone. I obviously can't cover them all, but I just want to cover a few at the very least. Now, we are an hour into Unleashed. Lockie, how long is the pod without Unleashed?
240.
240 without Unleashed. Okay, so I don't want it to be too much more than 4 hours. I don't want to move it to 5 hours. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to split what I have found in the correspondence. I'm going to split it up into 3. There are 4 more podcasts in the year. So I'm going to split it up into 3, and let's go through the first third right now. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of election-related correspondence. Let's start with some Vance correspondence. For example, we mocked JD Vance for wearing eyeliner a lot, many times. Jamarin said, much as it's fun to mock JD Vance for eyeliner, I don't think he's wearing any. My other half has very thick, dark eyelashes and has that same look around the eyes without eyeliner. And Harry Numbnut says, he's never commented on this as far as I can find, but it's generally believed that JD Vance has a condition that gives him double eyelashes, i.e. 2 rows of thick eyelashes. It's called dysticiasis. Dysticiasis. I feel like... I feel like Aiden Ross. Dysticiasis. I think it's okay for me to not be able to pronounce this word. Dysticiasis. Dysticiasis. Let's say that. Dysticiasis or dysticiasis. That Vance has genetic disorders doesn't shock me, says Harry Numbnuts. You know what? That rings true to me. I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I doubt he's putting on eyeliner. I doubt very much that he's an emo. I've seen people with double eyelashes before. They do look like they're wearing eyeliner. So I think he's probably right. Dave has had some fun about me saying JD Vance was smart. Dr. Dave loves to tease me about that. Neil replied to that saying, Chaz has been fair about Vance being smart. It's just that we don't like his use of his intelligence. I appreciate you defending me, Neil, but I'm not going to read you because of that. I'm going to read the person who replied to you saying, I agree. On an unrelated note, I've got a used 1997 Honda Civic I would like to sell to Chaz. I enjoyed that sledge, ZG. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for defending me, Neil. But I like the sledges better. Enemy within correspondence. I made such a big deal out of about people misrepresenting Trump's enemy within comments. As far as I was concerned, they were misrepresenting them at least. I think it's only fair, given I wasted 40 minutes of your time talking about that with clips, that I read out some of you who disagreed with me. Especially given I had such a big sook about it, and a lot of you were very kind to me in response. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I was feeling pretty low at that point in time, and I did appreciate your comfort. So anyway, here's some nuance. ZG again, playing that role of putting me in my place. After listening to your arguments and seeing the clips in full context, I agree Trump wasn't explicitly saying he'd use the military on anyone but election day protesters. However, with previous context, his previous actions, as well as implicit and explicit statements over the years, the fact there's a definite non-zero chance of him actually trying to set the military on his enemies in a second term, that's scary to people, and you can understand them missing the precise context of his words in this situation. Of course, ZG, you're absolutely right. I know I was quite stringent about this, but I was getting frustrated. You're right. It is understandable. Rando Random says, sorry, Chaz, you're wrong. Yes, Trump started talking about violent protesters and calling them the enemy from within, but then decided he would broaden that term to include people who disagreed with him politically. If you say you'll use the military to fight domestic terrorists and then the very next day describe your political opponent as a domestic terrorist, then you are threatening to use the military on your political opponent. He may not have implied that to begin with, but that's where he ended up 24 hours later. Fair enough. And Kangaroo Bob said, although I agree that Trump didn't say he'd use the military against politicians, it's the more obvious interpretation. The enemy within is such a unique phrase, and Trump using it in two different contexts so closely together was careless. Unless you have a mind like a pepper, it seems extremely reasonable to combine the two into an effective attack, and Donald only has himself to blame. All fair points. Thank you for putting me in my place. Tax break correspondence. Now, I was pissing on Trump's policy about giving a tax break to carers and how vague it was. Dr. Pseudonym weighed in with a rare, non-medical bit of correspondence. Chaz, I think that the tax break for carers policy is already a bill, which has been sent for CBO input, introduced in January this year. 3702, Credit for Caring Act of 2024. Sponsored by Senator Michael Bennet, Democrat from Colorado. She's right. The summary says, I'll read it out to you, I looked it up. This bill allows an eligible caregiver a tax credit of up to $5,000 for 30% of the cost of long-term care expenses that exceed $2,000 in a taxable year. The bill defines eligible caregiver as an individual who has earned income for the taxable year in excess of $7,500 and pays or incurs expenses for providing care to a spouse or other dependent relative with long-term care needs. Even though that was only 2 lines long, it was already less vague than Trump's policy. And by the way, that's better than nothing, but that's really only taking care of their expenses. I think that you want to fund care because they're still giving up, sacrificing so much by being caregivers when they should be working full time. Well, they might want to work full time, but nevertheless, that bill exists. So maybe Trump's talking about that when I say he's being vague. Maybe he'll just accept that bill, and maybe that will become reality. So we should note that. Thank you very much, Dr. Sunan. We will find out if that's what he means. Double envelope mail-in votes correspondence. I bet every podcast gets comments about that kind of thing. Mikhail says, I take serious issue with your distaste for double envelopes. It's a very important mechanism to assure the secrecy of the vote. That's why we use them in Australia at national, state, and local elections, at least in Victoria. The outer envelope will have personal identifying information about the voter. This information is necessary to ensure the person's qualified to vote, but the inner envelope ensures that the vote can be admitted to a count/scrutiny in a de-identified way. It's also important in the process of preventing fraudulent voting. The secrecy of the vote is foundational to any democracy. It prevents actual retaliation, especially in America's hostile partisan environment, and most of all, Most important of all, it removes perceptions of retaliation risk for voters so they vote more freely. I totally concede, Mikhail. I apologize, Pennsylvania. I will never diss your double envelopes ever again. Peppers, I started a fight I couldn't finish. I concede. Epstein Brownstone correspondence. We spoke about an allegation that Trump had sexually assaulted a model who had been dating Jeffrey Epstein. When the model told of her allegation, she said that she met Epstein at his Brownstone complex that he didn't buy until years later. So I was concerned about that element. It sounded like something that might have undermined her story and suggested it wasn't true. I wasn't condemning her. I was just saying that's something to note, that maybe she's got a faulty memory, or maybe that's a clue that this story doesn't check out. Snuff Happening said, I took a look quickly over some Wikipedia articles to check if there might be any more into this, because I was curious about this as well. While it's true that Epstein didn't move into the Brownstone until 1995, it appears the house was purchased in 1989 and placed under a trust that was partly controlled by him and his boss, Leslie Wexner. Further, in 1991, Wexner granted Epstein full power of attorney over his affairs, so that trust and house could have been under Epstein's control by that point. It's within reason that Epstein could at least have visited the house or used it as lodging when he was in the area around that time. Additionally, there's photos from an article in Architectural Digest that were taken in 1993 showing it fully furnished. So perhaps he was trying to impress Miss Williams by bringing her to this huge, freshly renovated mansion and passing it off as his own. That is definitely worth noting, Snuff. Obviously, it's not proof one way or another, but it goes a long way to addressing some of those concerns that I had before. So thank you very much for doing the hard Wikipedia work that I didn't do. That's a great call. Thank you. Amazon endorsement correspondence from, now Bill and I were giving Jeff Bezos a pat on his bald head for not interfering with the real journalism at Washington Post, even if he didn't endorse anyone before the election. And Phasma says, or allow them to endorse anyone. And Phasma says, the thing with Bezos is, when you're in a position of power like he is, you don't have to give directives in order to influence behavior or decisions. Senior employees of the Post may very well make decisions based on what they think Bezos would prefer. Bezos can also influence thinking and decisions from even subtle gestures like facial expressions and body language during discussions. So whether you believe he directly told people what to do or not, there's no doubt he would have influenced things during his ownership of the Post, whether conscious or unconscious. Okay, Phasma, I wouldn't say there's no doubt. That's speculation on your behalf, but it's not unreasonable speculation, that's for sure. It certainly would be the case in most instances, I would have thought. We certainly should at least consider that possibility. You're absolutely correct. Thank you for that. McDonald's correspondence. You don't need me to recap the McDonald's story. You know what we're talking about. The Buffhead writes, Trump McDonald's stunt already feels like old news. This was a week after it happened, by the way. Old news amid the media focus on events in Madison Square Garden. One might assume such moments would impact Trump voters' perspectives, but it struck me that Trump's method for diverting focus seems almost genius. With each high-profile insult gesture, he appears to reset public attention, leveraging selective recall in a way that I'm sure is intentional. By the time you record the next episode of PEP, the public would have forgotten about Madison Square Garden with another useless and unmeaningful stunt like McDonald's. Yes, Buffhead, you're right. That is very much Trump's modus operandi. He distracts people with a series of unignorable stunts, so people don't have time to look at what's hiding behind the curtain. And if the media want to do a deep dive, there's no time because they've got to talk about the latest stunt. Little did Trump know, that was not going to stop me spending 80 minutes taking his tax policies apart, was it? And little did he care I was going to do that. But yes, you're right, Buffhead. I love the name, by the way. And some Asshat correspondence on the election. Jennifer writes, promise me you'll get that arrogant asshat with his keys back on the show and demand to know where he went wrong. Jennifer is, of course, referring to Professor Alan Lichtman, the guy behind the 13 keys method of predicting the election, who was absolutely sure that Harris was going to win. And I don't need to get him on, Jen. I mean, don't put me through that. I don't want to get him on. CNN already did this. And this is what he said to CNN. You're going to love this, Jennifer. So in summary, the keys are perfect. The problem is the voters of America and America itself. I have a one-word response to Alan Lichtman. LOL. Then we had, that's all the election correspondence I'm going to do for now. There's more next week. Some of our correspondence was a bit silly, like Achtung Affen, noting that Richie looks like an Aussie Ron Pearlman. That's a devastatingly spot-on observation, Achtung Affen. And in fact, we mocked him, Richie, at school. He went to my school for exactly that reason. Even as we speak, I'm sure you're all admiring it right now, the people who are watching the video. The people who aren't watching the video, who are listening to this, just imagine 2 photos of Richie. And that is what most people are looking at right now who are watching the video. But we obviously have some serious non-election correspondence as well. Seriously important stuff like the movie Ghost Can't Do It. Brad wrote, I'm ashamed to say I've seen Ghost Can't Do It. I have no idea why I saw it or why I rented it from the video store as an 11-year-old. My only real memory of Ghost Can't Do It was that I was very disappointed and very, very bored. I can't confirm whether I finished it or not. 1.5 out of 5 stars. You were very generous to give a movie that you can't remember at all 1.5 stars. Chicken House says, I took one for the team and watched Ghost Can't Do It. And wow, it's officially the worst movie I've ever seen. It's not so bad. It's good. It's just plain bad. Bo Derek's soliloquies were like trying to watch paint dry while someone reads a phone book. It felt like being a helpless observer in a really awkward relationship, just cringeworthy and uncomfortable. Ironically, Trump was somehow the best actor in this mess, playing a sleazy businessman in Hong Kong with surprising accuracy. I think I need a shower after this one. But here's the gold from Timothy. I'm a bit perturbed by the lack of Ghost Can't Do It correspondence. Little do you know, I wasn't doing correspondence, that's why. For yours and everyone else's viewing pleasure, Donald Trump's cameo can be found at timestamp 4110 of the Daily Motion link. And then he includes a link, which I'm going to put in the homework so you can all see it for yourself. You're probably wondering why I'm not playing it for you right now. The scene actually only goes for 2 minutes. I would play it, but those listening would be totally confused because it's mostly silence and strange people talking. This podcast is also long enough already. So if you're interested, head to the 41-minute mark at the link in the homework, in the blurb, under the video, or in the information on the audio podcast. This is an excerpt right here.
But be assured, Mrs. Scott, that in this room there are knives sharp enough to cut you to the bone, and hearts cold enough to eat yours as hors d'oeuvres.
You can bet your sweet little ass on it.
You're too pretty to be bad.
You noticed.
You've got it, money.
Timothy says Trump won the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Supporting Actor for that. But that's a minor detail. The movie is also notable as it won Worst Picture, Worst Actress, Bo Derek, Worst Director, John Derek, Bo Derek's husband. It's also notable that John Derek wrote the script, and as per the storyline in the movie, he was also 30 years older than Bo Derek in real life. As Dr. Dave would say, I love your work, Tim. That is a gold medal performance. Even in a 4-hour podcast, I had to read out your correspondence because that was just superb. And your concern was justified, of course, Tim. There wasn't enough correspondence about Ghost Can't Do It. Thanks for sorting us out. In 2 weeks' time, I plan to dull my senses with this movie immediately as soon as I finish the final PEP. Thank you so much. And then some totally random correspondence here. Lachlan asks, what's the highest elected federal office Elon Musk could hold? I'm sure he's been looking into it. He could be Speaker of the High House, Lachlan. And Elon, I know you're a pepper. Guns correspondence from John Huxley, Savage. Regarding gun kits for hobbyists, these absolutely already exist. I think they're regulated just as complete guns would be. I know that where I am in Canada, you can get kits to make your own flintlock or cap lock, percussion cap, muzzle loading black powder rifle. To purchase the flintlock kit, you only need to be 18 or older. To purchase the percussion cap rifle kit, you need a gun license. I think it's a reasonable place to draw the line, around the 1820s. Even though it's somewhat arbitrary, loose gunpowder ignited by a spark, that's regulated slightly differently to a percussion cap that's hit with a hammer and explodes the way a rifle cartridge fires. I feel like this compromise would work well for Second Amendment types in the US, since it allows anyone over 18 to use firearms from 1791, just as they might buy fireworks. And as the Founding Fathers imagined it too, I might add, John Huxley. Want to buy something more advanced? Then do a one-day safety course and pass your exam and background checks. Now, I read that out because if you're the kind of person who wants a gift for someone who has everything, why not buy them a 1791 gun kit? Just an idea. Bitcoin correspondence. Robert says, according to study results published by the United Nations University and Earth's Future Journal, during the 2021 period, the global Bitcoin mining network consumed 173 terawatt hours of electricity. This means if Bitcoin were a country, its energy consumption would have ranked 27th in the world, ahead of a country like Pakistan with a population of over 230 million people. The resulting carbon footprint was equivalent to that of burning 84 billion pounds of coal or operating 190 natural gas-fired power plants. To offset this footprint, 3.9 billion trees should be planted, covering an area almost equal to the area of the Netherlands, Switzerland, or Denmark, or 7% of the Amazon rainforests. Not that anyone gives a shit, apparently. Point well made, Robert. We were laughing about a stupid AI picture which showed Trump supposedly rescuing people in the North Carolina flood. Some AI correspondence from Final Attempt says, after listening to the bit on hurricanes and seeing the ridiculous picture of Trump, I'm wondering if Chaz and Dave need to revisit their chat on AI legislation, considering that it turns out that people will get suckered in by it, no matter how outrageously unrealistic it looks. You got me, Final Attempt. I was wrong. I reckon the watermark approach that we talked about is good. And recommendations correspondence. Lostack says, you might have some reading. I might have some reading for your post-election. Dave Posen, The Constitution on the War on Drugs. The Constitution of the War on Drugs. I heard about it on Strict Scrutiny podcast where David outlined the constitutional implications of legalizing drugs. It's very interesting, so I thought I'd pass it on. And I'm passing it on to you guys. And Steve said, hey, Chaz, interesting that you mentioned stop and frisk. As you're probably aware, the great launderer of stop and frisk for liberals was Malcolm Gladwell in his book, The Tipping Point. In the most recent episode of his podcast, Revisionist History, he's repudiated that view and shown how it should have been obvious to him at the time that it was fundamentally bad policy. He was then also able to reflect on how crime went down after stop and frisk ended by being ruled unconstitutional in New York because police were forced to use policing strategies that were targeted by evidence, not by prejudice. He sincerely repented at the end of the ep, which is hard to do and beautiful to observe. Worth a listen after you've gotten some sleep. So I'm passing on to you guys as well. That's enough correspondence for now. It certainly was Correspondence Central. I'm definitely over the 4-hour mark. We'll be getting this out soon this afternoon on the Saturday. And I will see you guys next week for more correspondence and more shenanigans and more nominations and, well, just more. It's going to be long. Until then, stay peppy.